anyone who has to shovel.
It was like a 90 to 2 hour shovel for me yesterday.
Holy smokes.
Big old drive.
Brian, how long did it take you?
It took at least about 25 minutes.
25 minutes for Brian. All right, well, good morning. We hope you had a great weekend. I'm Natalie Bumpke.
I'm Anthony Ponce. Let's get straight over to Mike Kaplan for the answer here. Is more shoveling in our future, Mike?
Yes, although not to the extent of what you had to do over the weekend. This is a lighter variety of snow. But the problem is it's hitting at a time when a lot of us may be on the road. So we've got a winter weather advisory. Covers all of Chicagoland, including Cook County, DuPage County, all of you in Northwest Indiana, even Newton and Jasper County in on the act. This is not because it's going to be a huge snow. It's because of the fact it's going to be an impactful one with a lot of folks on the roads. Out there right now, it's just plain cold. A lot of numbers in the teens. 18 at Joliet, 14 at Waukegan, 14 at Kankakee, 19 at Gary, 21 at Midway, one of the warmer spots. Woodstock and Aurora hanging in there with 8. And it looks like we'll see highs today only 30 degrees before the snow gets in. I'll time that for you. Right now, Gabrielle is here standing in front of the Dan Ryan Expressway.
You got it, Mike. Skyfox is going to be down today just because of some weather concerns. But yeah, here's a look at the Dan Ryan near 35th. And I'm trying to see, is there a crash here in the express lanes as they get closer to the split? And I'm thinking so. Maybe a little bit of flashing lights here, and that's why we're seeing some stop and go. Nothing major. Still 25 minutes from 95th to the Burn Interchange. Nothing to worry about for your outbound trip there. Other drive times are looking at 25 minutes as well on the Stevenson, 30 minutes right now on the Eisenhower, 25 minutes on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown. Let's talk about this crash up here. I think that's Bensonville. It was Irving Park Road at York Road. Looks like crews are on scene. Nothing really major as of stop and go traffic as you approach that area. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Gabby, thank you very much. Trying to save you a little heartache here. The winter overnight parking ban is now in effect in Chicago. Roseanne is live this morning at a already busy tow lot. Roseanne, good morning.
Good morning. It is so easy to forget about this. You get swept up by the holidays. You're enjoying your family. You're shopping. You go out to get in your car to go to work today and wonder, where is that car? It's the winter overnight parking ban. It's from 3 to 7, so they're still towing cars for another hour if they haven't already nabbed you. I would definitely go check and move that car because they are looking for you. They're out in force. We have seen so many tow trucks this morning. They speed in. They're bringing in cars 1, 2 at a time, and they dump them off and go back for more. So they're definitely looking for you this morning. You don't want to violate the rules. Now, there's also the streets with snow route signs. They prohibit parking when there's 2 or more inches of snow. But the overnight winter ban, it doesn't matter if there's snow on the ground or not. That will last through April 1st. The idea is to keep Chicago streets safe for travel and efficient in case they do need to get plows out there for snow removal. As I said, that towing was underway by about 3 this morning. We are at a pound. It's called Pound 6 at 701 North Sacramento. Your car could also be at Pound 2, which is 10301 South Doty. You know, we've just been talking to people this morning about how frustrating it is to realize your car has been hooked and taken away.
It's just unbelievable. These sitting cars, since I've been here, I saw less than 80 cars going inside. I'm just trying to go inside, take my medicine. That's all I want, because my wife, she needs that right now. But they said your car is not in the system. You have to wait. You know, they don't want to even talk to me.
Now, here's the thing. That man was especially frustrated because he was facing like $300, he said, in charges. Because the tow fee, well, it's only $150, and there's also a $25 a day storage if they have to keep it here for another day. There's also a $60 ticket that you get, but also any outstanding fees that you have due, they will collect now, or you don't get your car. So it adds up quickly. It can be very expensive proposition. So once again, be very careful. This is in effect from December 1 through April 1. And again, they're out there until 7 this morning. So they could still get you. Go double check. Back to you in the studio.
Good advice. Thank you, Roseanne. What a mess. Those poor people that have to pay all of those fees. City of Aurora is activating a temporary overnight warming center. This was open last night. It'll be open for certain hours today, Tuesday, and Wednesday. It's located at the Financial Empowerment Center located along South River Street. It's open from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Well, the critical final push is underway to reach a peace deal and end Russia's attack on Ukraine.
Brian is here in studio with the very latest on where peace talks stand as we head into this week. Brian.
Well, senior Trump administration officials met with Ukrainian negotiators in Miami. President Trump was not at this meeting. They're all working to iron out some of the final details of the U.S. plan to end Russia's invasion that began almost 4 years ago. Both sides said it was a useful session, but there's still some concerns about the deal requiring for Ukraine to give up territory.
We don't just want to end the war, we also want to help Ukraine be safe forever, so never again will they face another invasion. And equally importantly, we want them to enter an age of true prosperity.
Diplomats have been focused on revisions to a 28-point plan introduced by President Trump. That plan has been criticized as being too accommodating to Russia's demands. U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff will be meeting with Russian leaders later this week. Anthony?
All right, Brian, thank you. People continue to voice their opinion about crowd sizes and the restrictions in place at Chris Kindle Market, Chicago. Right now, about 1,500 people are allowed in at a single time in the market on Daley Plaza, which is less than half of the nearly 3,500 people allowed in during the COVID pandemic in 2021. The city cited safety concerns. Organizers say the move has already led to a significant drop in revenue for the vendors that set up there, while other folks say the crowd limits are needed.
I am actually, at least for this year, for it, just because of everything that's been going on in Chicago over the past few months. It's nice to see like who can get in and most importantly who will be staying out, such as ICE.
I understand safety is a major concern, and I understand I'm quite on the side of the people who have concerns about it, but the market itself in the other years could handle more people than this capacity we had at the moment.
And organizers say they are hopeful that they could come to an agreement with city officials that would allow more folks inside the market before the season ends.
The Illinois State Championship football games will be wrapped up this week after they were postponed due to the winter storm. The campus of Illinois State University was closed on Saturday, meaning some of the games couldn't be played, obviously. St. Francis will take on Providence tomorrow afternoon for the 5A championship. Fenwick will play East St. Louis for the 6A championship. Those games are at Illinois State. Then on Wednesday at Northern Illinois University, it's the 7A championship between Brother Rice and St. Rita, and Oswego versus Mount Carmel for the 8A championship.
All right, the holiday shopping deal's not over. Today's a big one, Cyber Monday. Nearly 4 million Americans plan to shop today. Adobe Analytics predicts that U.S. shoppers will spend $14.2 billion today, which would break a record. Adobe also forecasts that buy now, pay later loans will surpass $1 billion. If you are one of the millions of folks shopping online today, experts say it is important to know whether you're getting a good deal or getting scammed.
Go to the sites directly. Now, you may Google something looking for a specific product, or you may get an email from some site that's legitimate or not, but if you just go directly to the site.
All right, some other things to keep in mind here. Check your payment options before you purchase something. If the only options are Zelle, wire transfer, or Bitcoin, that is a red flag. Also, be sure to always have your credit locked. And Black Friday, speaking of shopping, was one for the books, everybody, when it came to online shopping as well. Even though many people flocked to physical stores, Adobe says that Americans also spent nearly $12 billion on online purchases on Friday, which is actually a 9% jump over last year. It's a new record. The report also says more people relied on AI chatbots to compare prices and track deals. All right, to sports. There's one more game on the NFL schedule this week, but for the time being, Chicago Bears find themselves alone at the top of the NFC.
How about that?
Yeah.
They're winning Philly on Friday, and the Rams loss to the Panthers yesterday means the Bears are now the top team in the NFC. Both the Bears and Rams have identical records at 9-3, but the Bears hold the tiebreaker over the Rams due to their conference record. The Bears have a big game coming up on Sunday as they travel to Green Bay to take on the Packers. Another win would keep them in first place in the division. So here's a look at the NFC playoff picture. If the season were to end today, the Bears would get a first-round bye. The Lions and the Cowboys would miss the playoffs.
And there will be free hot dogs at Wiener Circle in Lincoln Park tomorrow because of this right here. Yep, they're handing out free dogs tomorrow thanks to Bears head coach Ben Johnson. Back in October, the Wiener Circle posted on social media asking fans what would have to happen for more free hot dogs. Ben Johnson taking his shirt off, that was an option, and that was a winning pick. He did just that after the win over the Eagles, so free dogs on a first-come, first-served basis tomorrow morning.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That was a treat in and of itself. I don't even know if I need the free hot dogs, Mike.
Well, you were hoping 85 would join in.
Oh, yeah, Cole Kmet.
We can always dream.
Yeah. Exciting for the Bears. Do you see on the highlight package that we had there, DeAndre Swift scored a touchdown, and then he punted the ball into the stands in Philadelphia. He could be a Bears backup punter. His form was fantastic.
That was
I was looking at number 4. It's like, hey, man, you got your toe up over your way to go there.
And with Ben Johnson, all his trickery, you never know.
Could be something coming up. In spite of how good we all believe the Bears are, they're 6-point underdogs in Green Bay. No respect. They're getting no respect.
Good locker room material there.
Welcome to meteorological winter, you guys.
Thank you, Mike.
Yes, and meteorological fall certainly went out with a bang with record snowfall for November 29th and a record snowfall day in the month of November. Well, we're going to start December with more snow. Poor timing. It snowed during the afternoon commute. It's not a lot of snow, but it's the fact that it's coming down when a lot of folks are going to be on the roads. That's why we have a winter weather advisory. I still think 1 to 3 inches likely, with the heaviest amount south. Cold for the rest of the week, little to no melting at all. In fact, I can't see a 32 plus anytime in the next week and a half. Today, 30 for the high. Bundle up for the kids going to school today. 16 at 7, 29 at noon. No snow yet, but that ride home, I think they'll be seeing some snow, so buses might be running a little bit tardy. Temperatures right now, 8s at Woodstock and Sugar Grove, 10 degrees less cold at Joliet. It's 14 at Waukegan, 21 at Midway, 20 Maryville, and only 13 degrees in Valparaiso. Not a lot of wind, so the wind chill's about the same as the temperature. And there it is, winter weather advisory, all of Chicagoland. Starts at 2 p.m. It'll be in effect until midnight. Natalie, Anthony?
Thank you, Mike. The man accused of assassinating the CEO of United Healthcare will be in court for a key pretrial hearing today. We'll tell you what we can expect. 6:15 this morning, and sad to report, Chicago's overnight parking ban is now in effect.
Yes, from now until April 1st, cars are not allowed to park between 3 a.m. and 7 a.m. on those designated snow routes throughout the city. And this is regardless of whether it snows.
We've got more snow in the forecast today. A winter weather advisory will be in effect for all of Chicagoland between 2 this afternoon and midnight. We could see anywhere between 1 and 3 inches. Likely impact on the evening commute, Mike Kaplan tells us. He's going to have plenty more for you in just a bit.
The holiday shopping deal's not over just yet, everybody. Today is Cyber Monday. Big online shopping day, and Adobe Analytics is predicting that U.S. shoppers will spend $14.2 billion today alone, which would break a record. Government officials are learning more, meantime, about that shooting suspect in last week's ambush of 2 National Guard soldiers in Washington, D.C. Investigators say the 29-year-old suspect moved to the U.S. in 2021 under an asylum program called Operation Allies. They're also revealing that he once worked for the CIA, I should say, in Afghanistan. A new report from the AP says the alleged gunman had been struggling to adjust to life in the U.S., in the state of Washington, while also, quote, unraveling for years and unable to hold a job. 20-year-old Sarah Beckstrom was killed, and 24-year-old Andrew Wolf is in critical condition.
A manhunt is underway this morning after a mass shooting in Stockton, California leaves 4 dead at a child's birthday party. The victims include children and adults. Another 11 people were injured. Authorities say this was a targeted incident with multiple agencies working together to solve the case.
The man suspected of assassinating the CEO of United Healthcare on the streets of New York City will be in court. Luigi Mangione will have his first major pretrial hearing, charged with killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last December. The defense team has already filed a number of legal challenges, including a motion to suppress certain evidence collected during last year's arrest. The 27-year-old has pleaded not guilty. 6:17, and we may have yet more snow in our immediate future here. We're checking in with Mike Kaplan for the timing on that and how the rest of our Monday is looking.
Well, it's going to be time for the afternoon commute. Boo on that.
Yeah.
It's not a big snowstorm. It's not like what we had on Saturday, but it's just going to be an impactful one. So let's deal with it. Winter weather advisories in effect for all of Chicagoland. It starts at 2 this afternoon. Weather Service has it expiring at midnight. I think that that's a pretty prudent thing to do. It covers all of you in Northwest Indiana and all of Northeast Illinois, and it's for generally a 1 to 3 inch snowfall. Let's time the arrival of the snow, and our model just updated, and let's see if there are any changes to it. I don't think there's going to be much here. You see by about 2 o'clock, snow already moving in from the west. This will ramp up a little bit between 4 and 8 p.m. That's when I think the heaviest snow will fall. Once we get to about 1 o'clock in the morning, a couple of snow showers for you in Northwest Indiana, but it's all moving on out of here. Snowfall amounts are not going to get out of hand, but it's going to be another one of these deals where we're going to have to do a little bit of snow removal. Here's what we're showing. The updated numbers a little bit closer to my thinking here. We're looking at maybe 1 and change far north, and then slightly higher amounts as you head south, where there could be some spots that maybe max out around 3 inches of snow before all is said and done. So again, not a big snow, but there will be no melting of the snow this week, not from Mother Nature anyway. Every day at or below freezing. A couple more chances for some very light snow Wednesday, Friday night, and again on Sunday. Gabriella Primus has a couple of crashes on her map. Where are they?
You know, Mike, I want to talk about some drive times first. So it's 35 minutes right now on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown, 30 minutes on the Eisenhower, 30 minutes as well on the Stevenson, 25 minutes on the Dan Ryan. But yes, those crashes, one is on the southbound side of the Tri-State. It's at Ogden Avenue, not really causing any stop and go. That tells me it's probably on the shoulder and out of people's way. But this one a little more serious on the Bishop Ford, and it's actually just southbound. I don't think it's impacting both directions, although we are seeing it looks like a gate bridge delay on the northbound side. This is right at the Steel Bridge. 2 left lanes are blocked on that southbound side. And yes, that gate bridge. So a lot of stop and go in this area, but still in 25 minutes if you are finally hitting the Dan Ryan. Let's talk about what's happening on our trains. Milwaukee District West, an inbound train. It was scheduled for early this morning at 5:30. It just kept on getting delayed. It will not operate past Western because of mechanical issues going on. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Gabby, thank you very much. After a weekend of what's being described as intense diplomacy with Ukraine. U.S. negotiators, they're now heading to Moscow to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Douglas Zader joining us live from Washington this morning. Doug, from what we know, do you think Putin can be swayed into agreeing on a peace deal? I mean, we know that U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff is going to be traveling there to Moscow this week to meet with him. That seems like a good sign.
Yeah, it's a face-to-face. I mean, it obviously shows that Putin is at least, publicly embracing the idea of talks, but is he willing to do any kind of give as part of this? That's been the question here. Is he willing to accept, for instance, the land that he has, taken over up to this point, and kind of agree to kind of call it there? It sounds like no. He's going to push for more, and if that's the case, Ukraine may balk. But the U.S. is certainly trying to broker a deal. We saw Secretary of State Marco Rubio meeting with officials from Ukraine over the weekend in Florida to try to get them on board with this kind of shifting peace plan. And we don't know what the current plan even includes, but there is going to be this effort to get Putin on board this week.
Based on the reporting that has been widespread this past week, it seems like the current deal on the table would favor Russia, but it still doesn't go far enough. Wondering what you think a possible on-ramp could be to get Putin to really engage here.
Well, it may be, some cajoling as far as economic interests are concerned and the potential for additional sanctions if Russia doesn't get on board. It really comes down to whether the U.S. really wants to play hardball with Russia on that front. Ukraine, initially said they weren't willing to give up any territory. Would they be willing to give, kind of call this a draw right now and both sides walk away with the land that they currently have? Is that something Ukraine would accept? Is that something Putin would accept? Because it seems as though the deal they're considering is along those lines, but we don't know exactly what kind of land concessions we're talking about here.
We shall stay tuned. Douglas Zader, thank you as always, sir.
Thank you.
All right, other news here at 6:22 on your Monday morning. Michael Jordan actually taking NASCAR to court. This is a big case, could actually have a big impact on motorsports. We'll explain coming up.
Shop my
Welcome back. 6:25. We have more snow en route later today. The afternoon commute could get a little dicey. We'll check back in with Mike in just a moment. First, some news here. An internal memo from the FDA says at least 10 children have likely died because of the COVID vaccine. This is according to a report from the New York Times. Times reporting the memo did not specify the kids' ages, whether they had any underlying health conditions, or which vaccines were involved here. But the memo called the findings, quote, a profound revelation, and announced plans to tighten oversight. The FDA's findings have not been peer-reviewed, I should point out. Meantime, the CDC's vaccine committee is set to meet next week.
President Trump says he'll soon release the results of the MRI that he received last month. The president told reporters on his way back to the White House, saying, if you want to have it released, I'll release it, and says the results are, quote, perfect. The White House has not explained why the president had an MRI during his physical last month or where it was focused. The president says the test was not on his brain because he took a cognitive test, adding that he aced it.
Michael Jordan's fight against NASCAR heads to federal court today. Jordan owned 23XI Racing along with Front Row Motorsports. They're going after NASCAR with antitrust allegations. Both teams refused to sign renewals on the charter agreements presented by NASCAR because they are accusing NASCAR of being a monopoly. NASCAR has tried to settle outside of court.
Zootopia 2 set new records on opening weekend. It's the highest international opening ever for an animated movie. The sequel brought in $556 million globally since its Wednesday opening, $96 million in North America over the weekend, and a total of $156 million over the 5-day Thanksgiving period. This is the fourth biggest North American opening of the year, but China was the movie's biggest market with $272 million in ticket sales. Mike?
Wow, that's
a lot of numbers, right?
That is a lot of numbers out there. All right, we have cold numbers this week. No melting going on. We're going to add to the snowpack, and we start with that this afternoon and this evening. It's going to impact that afternoon commute. I'll tell you how much snowfall I think will happen coming up.
Save big on.
6:30 on your Monday morning. Welcome back. We appreciate you starting your work week with us.
Here are some of the top stories we're following for you this morning. That darn overnight winter parking ban is in effect, and tow lots are already busy this morning.
The holiday shopping deals continue today for Cyber Monday. We'll talk about how you can avoid getting scammed.
The Bears find themselves all alone at the top of the NFC, and they have a big game coming up on Sunday.
All right. It was a big weekend in the weather department, specifically snow. Could we have more in our future? That is the question. And we have just the man to answer that question and the timing therein. Mike Kaplan, take it away, sir.
Yeah, you know, the problem with this system is that it's going to be hitting during the afternoon commute. A lot of folks are going to be out there. And you know what can happen when you get an inch or two of snow? Not good. Yeah. So the travel conditions are going to be bad, which is why National Weather Service has issued a winter weather advisory. This is going to start at 2 o'clock this afternoon and expire at midnight. It includes all of Chicagoland, pretty much our entire regular Fox 32 viewing area. I know a lot of you are watching us other parts of the country, streaming us online. But for the Chicago area, this is what you've got. 2 to midnight, winter weather advisory. So don't expect as much snow, but if you have to be out and about late this afternoon, you're going to be able to get where you want to go, but it's going to take you longer because of that snow falling. No snow out there right now. Temperatures on their way toward 30 this afternoon. Just cloudy and cold. No snow yet at noon, 29, but a sloppy commute at 4 o'clock with that temperature of 28 degrees. Let's get it over to Gabriela Primus and talk about our commute this morning. And I know you're having a little computer issue there, but now everything's working.
Hey, there it goes. Yeah, we're waiting for Skyfox. They are actually going to go up, and they're giving us a long shot of this crash that's happening on the Jane Addams going inbound. It's close to Route 31. It's blocking at least 1 of 4 lanes, so be aware of that if you are heading into the city from way over there. 40 minutes right now for your inbound commute on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown. On your way outbound, it's going to be kind of heavy, 35 minutes, and the ramp to go to the O'Hare terminals is packed coming from the Tri-State and then Jane Addams, and I bet that 190 ramp is also packed as well. 35 minutes on the Eisenhower from Route 390 to the old post office, 35 minutes on the Stevenson, 30 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Byrne interchange. And just a reminder for you that there's that crash southbound Bishop Ford at the Steel Bridge. 2 left lanes are blocked. Traffic starts around 130th if you're going southbound to this area, plus there's a gate bridge delay on the northbound side. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Gabby. And speaking of traffic and travel, the winter overnight parking ban is now in effect in Chicago.
Roseanne is live this morning at an already busy tow lot. Roseanne, good morning.
Yeah, I would say there's a lot of traffic here this morning, that is for sure. The overnight winter parking ban means you cannot park on certain streets from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m., and that starts today, December 1, with or without snow. If you violate those rules, you're going to end up here. You can see there's another truck. This is the slow time. We've seen 5 trucks backed up, some of them pulling 2 cars and dropping them all off in this lot today because they violated the rules. Now, also, streets with snow route signs prohibit parking when there is 2 or more inches of snow. And as you heard Mike Kaplan say, there's snow on the way, so you always want to be careful of those as well. The idea is they want to keep certain thoroughfares clear for efficient travel, especially during bad weather and snow removal. The towing started at 3 a.m. As I said, it's been almost non-stop here at this lot. We're just beginning to see the people who are figuring out their car ended up here. How do you determine that? If you can't find your car, you can call 311 to find out if in fact you were towed and which tow lot you went to. We're at a pound. It's called Pound 6 at 701 North Sacramento. It could be here. It could be, depending on where you live, at 10301 South Doty. That's Pound 2. But again, you're going to want to call 311 to find your car. And we did talk to somebody just a few moments ago, another person who made that awful discovery when he went to get in his car.
I was downtown at a restaurant. I parked at 11 p.m. When I came out at around 12:30 a.m., my car was not there anymore.
Oh, and did it have to do with the winter overnight parking ban?
Yes, I guess it started past 12 a.m. this morning, and I did not know about it. You know what? I guess my plates were expired by a month, so I gotta go to the currency exchange and go get a new sticker so I can get my vehicle out. So I don't know how much it was, or how much it is.
So that's on top of the tow fee and all of that?
Yes, and on top of my phone being at 1% right now as well.
The phone at 1%, just the icing on the cake for that poor guy. But he's right. Not only do you have to pay that $150 minimum tow fee, there's a $60 ticket. There's $25 additional for every day you leave it here. But when you pick it up, you've got to pay any outstanding fees you owe the city. So go to the bank before you head out here. We've seen actually just a few people trickle in so far this morning. They all go in there and they all leave because they don't have enough money to get their car out. We've seen some dropped off by cabs. Others have friends waiting. And I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of them. But there's still 25 minutes to tow your car. So if you have any doubt, go double check. You don't want to end up here. They're not really happy over here this morning.
No.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
What a
Charge that
mess.
phone, too.
What a mess. All right, thank you, Roseanne. City of Aurora is activating a temporary overnight warming center. It was open last night. It'll be open for certain hours today, Tuesday and Wednesday. This is located at the Financial Empowerment Center along South River Street. That warming center is going to be open from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. The critical final push is underway now to reach a peace deal and end Russia's attack on Ukraine.
Brian is in studio with the very latest on where peace talks stand this morning. Brian.
Well, senior Trump administration officials met with Ukrainian negotiators in Miami. President Trump did not attend this particular meeting. They're all working to iron out some of the final details of the U.S. plan to end Russia's invasion that began almost 4 years ago. Both sides said it was a useful session, but there are still some concerns about the deal requiring for Ukraine to give up territory.
We don't just want to end the war, we also want to help Ukraine be safe forever, so never again will they face another invasion, and equally importantly, we want them to enter an age of true prosperity.
Diplomats have been focused on revisions to a 28-point plan introduced by President Trump. That plan, though, has been criticized as being too accommodating to Russia's demands. U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff will be meeting with Russian leaders later this week. Anthony?
All right, Brian, thank you, sir. The debate, meantime, over crowd size back here locally when it comes to Chris Kindle Market on Daly Plaza. Well, the debate continues. Right now, only about 1,500 people are allowed in at a certain time, which is less than half of the 3,500 people that were allowed in during COVID in 2021. Now, the city is citing safety concerns here. Organizers, though, say the move has already led to significant drops in revenue for all kinds of vendors there. Others, though, say that the crowd limits are needed.
I am actually, at least for this year, for it, just because of everything that's been going on in Chicago over the past few months. It's nice to see like who can get in and most importantly who will be staying out, such as ICE.
I understand safety is a major concern, and I understand I'm quite on the side of the people who have concerns about it. But the market itself in the other years could handle more people than this capacity we had at the moment.
Organizers say they are hopeful that they could come to an agreement with city officials that would allow more people inside the market before the end of the season.
The Illinois State Championship football games will be wrapped up this week. They were postponed due to the winter storm over the weekend. The campus of Illinois State University was closed on Saturday, meaning some of the games couldn't be played. St. Francis will take on Providence tomorrow afternoon for the 5A championship. Fenwick will play East St. Louis for the 6A championship. Those games, again, are at Illinois State. But then on Wednesday at Northern Illinois University, it's the 7A championship between Brother Rice and St. Rita, and Oswego versus Mount Carmel for the 8A championship.
All right, the holiday shopping deals, they're not over just yet. Today's Cyber Monday, everybody. Nearly 4 million Americans say they plan to shop today online. Adobe Analytics predicts that U.S. shoppers will spend $14.2 billion today, which would break a record. Adobe also forecasting that buy now, pay later loans will surpass a $1 billion milestone. If you are one of the millions shopping online today, experts say it's important to know whether you're getting a good deal or getting scammed.
Go to the sites directly. Now, you may Google something looking for a specific product, or you may get an email from some site that's legitimate or not, but if you just go directly to the site.
Some other things to keep in mind, check your payment options. If the only ones are Zelle, wire transfer, or Bitcoin, Experts say that's a red flag. Also, they say be sure to always have your credit locked. All right, Black Friday, one for the books as well when it came to online shopping, not just in person. Even though lots of folks did flock to the stores, Adobe Analytics says that Americans also spent nearly $12 billion on online purchases Friday, which is a 9% jump over the previous year, also a new record. The report also says more people relied on AI chatbots to compare prices and track deals. Okay, there is one more NFL game on the schedule this week, but in the meantime here, Bears finding themselves alone at the top of the NFC conference.
Their win in Philadelphia on Friday and the Rams lost to the Panthers yesterday means the Bears are now the top team in the NFC. Both the Bears and Rams have identical records at 9-3, but the Bears hold the tiebreaker over the Rams due to their conference record. The Bears have a big game coming up on Sunday as they travel to Green Bay to take on the Packers. And another win would keep them in first place in the division. Here's a look now at the NFC playoff picture. If the season were to end today, the Bears would get a first-round bye. The Lions and the Cowboys would miss the playoffs.
Okay. Tomorrow, there will once again be free hot dogs at Wiener Circle in Lincoln Park. We're going to be handing them out tomorrow. This time it's thanks to the head coach, Ben Johnson. Back in October, here's the background of this story. The Wiener Circle posted on social media asking fans what would have to happen for more free hot dogs. Well, Ben Johnson taking his shirt off was one of the options on that survey. Hey, he did just that after their win over the defending Super Bowl champions. So, hey, more free dogs. And if memory serves, they started giving them out last time at around 11 a.m. First come, first serve. So we'll see.
Get it aligned early.
Yeah, so we'll see if that happens.
Okay.
Right? And I don't know if you guys saw on social media what they posted on their marquee. There's a new Mayor Johnson.
I saw that, yes.
There's a new Mayor Johnson.
Can't deny it, really.
Yeah.
All right, circling back to the scams on Cyber Monday, don't fall for those. I just ordered 5 Romex watches for $1,000. Do you think I was robbed for the Romex?
Romex? Exactly. You're the expert.
Okay.
Yeah,
Romex.
I don't know. I've not heard of that brand.
That's a very reputable brand.
Hey, check out my Facebook page because Natalie's daughter was one of the featured performers on during the snowstorm. They got hit hard in Springfield.
I went down to see my parents over the weekend, and I could not believe the snow. And thank God to my 75-year-old dad who went sledding with her, because I am like, I am not going outside.
Grandfather of the year.
Grandfather of the year.
Olive had a blast. She's a future reporter if she wants to be.
She had her little
the ruler.
The ruler.
It was great.
So wait, how many inches?
She says 6, I think, at the time, but it was still
You ended up with more than that, I think. Well, most of Chicagoland got between like 6 and 12.
Yeah.
And it set a record for the month of November on any calendar day, 8.4 inches in Chicago. We have snow on the way this afternoon and this evening. Not the kind of amount that we saw over the weekend, but the timing is bad because it's going to hit during the afternoon commute. Already seeing some snow moving in here at the start of our winter weather advisory, 2 o'clock. I think between 4 and 8 p.m., that's kind of the window of the heaviest snow coming down. Once we get after about midnight, the snow is already tapering off, and I don't think there'll be any more accumulating going on. Maybe a little bit of lake effect for you tomorrow morning in parts of LaPorte and Berrien County. That will be it. The updated snowfall map, not a big difference from what I showed earlier this morning, but a subtle change, and it's more kind of in line with my thinking. I believe the farther north you are, the closer you're going to be to maybe 1 inch of snow, inch and a half. Farther south could be a 2.5 to 3 inch snowfall. So I think there's going to be a little bit of a difference between north and south this time. Nobody's getting a tremendous amount of snow. 30 today, late afternoon snow moving in. It will snow this evening, ending around midnight, 18 degrees for the low. At least it won't be very windy, so it won't be blowing and drifting. But there's essentially no melting going on this week. We are adding to the snow a little bit on Wednesday, maybe some light stuff Friday night, some more light snow on Sunday. No big storms in sight, but no big melt either. Look at that high, 18 on Thursday. Natalie?
Thank you, Mike. Plenty more to come for you here on Good Day Chicago. Why lawmakers now from both parties are raising concerns about a strike on a suspected drug trafficking boat in the Caribbean. President Trump says he'll release the results of an MRI exam he had back in October, and former Northwestern football coach Pat Fitzgerald could be close to landing a new job and back in the Big Ten. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Oh, look at that pretty sunrise underway. It's a cold start to your morning, though. We're going to be checking in with Mike in just a moment on the probability of snow during your afternoon commute today.
Time now is 6:48. Congress is expected to review the U.S. military strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean. Lawmakers are questioning the possibility of a war crime following a new report from the Washington Post. It claims that back in September, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth ordered an additional military strike to kill the remaining 2 passengers aboard an alleged drug smuggling boat from Venezuela. Congress does not have information to support the report, but has opened an investigation. Since September, 21 known deadly strikes have been carried out on suspected drug-running boats. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is requesting a pardon on corruption charges, saying it would help unify the country. Critics say it would weaken democratic institutions and send a dangerous message. Netanyahu is on trial, charged with fraud and accepting bribes. He denies the charges. Netanyahu is the only sitting prime minister in Israel's history to stand trial.
The man suspected of assassinating the CEO of United Healthcare on the streets of New York City will soon appear in court. Luigi Mangione will have his first major pre-trial hearing. Again, he is charged with killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last December. The defense team has already filed a number of legal challenges here, including one motion to suppress certain evidence that was collected during the arrest last year. The 27-year-old has pleaded not guilty. All right, have you had enough snow already? Well, if you have, I got bad news because Mike says we're getting more today.
And it is the season of giving. Fox 32 Chicago and PNC Bank teaming up with the Greater Chicago Food Depository to help feed local families in need. And now is the perfect time to donate, because tomorrow is Giving Tuesday. So every dollar you give now will triple to provide 9 meals. You can help out by going online to chicagosfoodbank.org.
Weather Authority.
Chicago's overnight parking ban is now in effect.
And from now until April 1st of 2026, cars not allowed to park between 3 a.m. and 7 a.m. on those designated snow routes. These are throughout the city of Chicago. And this is regardless of whether it snows.
We've got more snow in the forecast today. A winter weather advisory will be in effect for all of Chicagoland between 2 this afternoon and midnight. We could see anywhere between 1 and 3 inches and a likely impact on the evening commute. But right now, a beautiful sunrise.
Look at that. Wow.
Really looks great.
That is maybe one of my favorite sunrises we've had in a long time.
That's a 10.
Yeah, snow or no snow on the ground and on the dome there at the planetarium. What a sky. Red sky in the morning. Chicago, take warning.
Take warning.
Yeah, that's our new theme there. All right, yeah, Natalie's right. There's more snow on the way this afternoon. The timing could not be worse for the afternoon commute. At least the morning commute's going to be quiet. Cloudy and cold, though. 9 o'clock, 21-ish. There'll be some colder spots. 29 at noon. No snow yet, but at 4 o'clock, it is snowing pretty much area-wide, and we'll have a temperature of 28 degrees. Right now at O'Hare, it's 19. At least there's no real wind, nor will there be much tonight when it's snowing, so it's not going to be blowing and drifting around. We have wind chills, the same as the temperature. That's why we got a blank there in the wind chill column. These are the other current temperatures. A few spots have dipped into the single digits. 7 at Woodstock, 8 in Sugar Grove, a little bit less cold. Gary and Midway in there with 21 degrees. Michigan City and Benton Harbor, 27. All the counties in purple, winter weather advisory for 10 hours, 2 p.m. until midnight. And that is not for a big, huge pile of snow. It's for a snow that's going to impact the travel. 30 degrees for the high today. Snow coming in mid to late afternoon. Tonight, I'm looking at a general 1 to 3 across the area. Least amounts near the Cheddar Curtain. Heaviest amounts south of I-80. Not a lot, but you're going to have to do some shoveling, some snow relocation, as my friend Mark told me yesterday. 25 tomorrow. Maybe a snow shower Wednesday with a high of 32. Bitterly cold on Thursday, high of 18. Another chance for some very light snow Friday night and maybe again on Sunday. So we're not decreasing the snowpack this week, might add to it. Natalie Bobke takes over the travel details. How is the commute shaping up here with at least no snow falling?
Right. That is certainly the good news. We have 2 accidents that we're following, and they're indicated on this traffic map right now. On the Veterans Memorial northbound, right before US 20 or Lake Street, we have a vehicle in the ditch there, and it looks like traffic is solid as you head toward that. Again, that's the Veterans Memorial northbound, right before Lake Street. We have another accident that happened earlier on the Bishop Ford eastbound, right before the Steel Bridge. That is still being indicated on the map, but it looks like it is in the process of being cleared. So that's good news. Couple problems on Metra this morning. If you take the UP Northwest line, one of those trains is delayed. So check to see if that's your train. And on Milwaukee District West, 2 different trains are not going to operate because of mechanical failures. So again, that's the Union Pacific Northwest and Milwaukee District West lines. If you take either of those, check the app and see if your train is impacted. Let's check those travel times, and hopefully we're pretty good this morning. It looks like we are for the most part. On the Kennedy, if you're coming inbound from the big airport, 43 minutes. On the Eisenhower, 390 to downtown, 37 minutes. On the Stevenson, I-355 to the drive, 36 minutes. And we are building and heavy on the Dan Ryan, 95th to downtown, 32 minutes. President Trump says he'll soon release the results of the MRI that he received last month. The president told reporters on his way back to the White House, saying, if you want to have it released, I'll release it, and says the results are, quote, perfect. The White House has not explained why the president had an MRI during his physical last month or where it was focused. The president says the test was not on his brain because he took a cognitive test, adding that he aced it.
Michael Jordan's fight against NASCAR will head to federal court today. Jordan owned 23XI Racing along with Front Row Motorsports. They're going after NASCAR with antitrust allegations. Both teams refused to sign renewals on the charter agreements that were presented by NASCAR. They're accusing NASCAR of being a monopoly. NASCAR has tried to settle outside of court.
The college football coaching shakeup is underway. Lane Kiffin is officially leaving Ole Miss for LSU. He asked if he could continue coaching Ole Miss through the rest of the season, but his request was denied. ESPN reports that Kiffin's contract will be for 7 years at roughly $12 million a year.
Big bucks there. Meantime, Pat Fitzgerald, could this be a second chance for Coach Fitzgerald. He could be close to landing his first job since he was fired by Northwestern at Michigan State. Michigan State reportedly planning to hire him after they fired their head coach. Fitz won 110 games in 17 seasons here at Northwestern, but was fired in 2023 after allegations of hazing within the program.
Plenty more Good Day Chicago ahead. Keep it right here.
About Good Day Chicago at 7 starts now.
And right now at 7 o'clock on your Monday morning, December 1st, the overnight winter parking ban is now in effect. Tow lots, they're already busy this morning.
The holiday shopping deals continue today for Cyber Monday. We'll tell you how you can avoid getting scammed.
And guess what? The Bears find themselves alone at the top of the NFC conference. And they got a big game coming up at Lambeau Field on Sunday.
I cannot get enough of that shirtless video. Let's take a live look outside. Won't want to go shirtless today, friends. It is very cold out there, and it's only getting colder.
Look at those building tops covered in snow, and we could have more on the way in time for our afternoon commute today. So we're checking in with Mike Kaplan for the timing on this and how the rest of the Monday looks temperature-wise here.
I tell you what, it may be a long time before we are able to take one of our camera shots and we don't see snow on the ground. I mean, a long time. I'm not talking about a few hours. I'm talking about maybe a couple weeks. Yeah. Could this be enough to even assure a white Christmas around here? We have a dense snowpack out there that usually contributes to prolonged cold. Welcome to winter. Today is the first day of meteorological winter. Poor timing with today's snow. It's not a big storm, but it's coming in during the afternoon commute. I'm looking for 1 to 3 inches likely, with the biggest numbers kind of south of I-80. Cold for the rest of the week with little to no melting. 20 right now, cloudy. There's no wind to speak of, so the wind chill is the same as the air temperature. There are a few spots that have dipped into the single digits. It's 7 at Woodstock. 12 right now at Waukegan, 21 Midway and Gary, 13 at Valparaiso, and in LaSalle, Peru, it's 19. All of Chicagoland, winter weather advisory goes into effect at 2 this afternoon, and it will last through midnight with the heart of the snow coming down between about 4 and 8 p.m. So let's check the morning commute and see how we're looking here. Anthony?
Okay, we are tracking one accident out past Addison, Illinois. There is a vehicle in a ditch on I-355. That's the northbound side of the roadway there. It's causing a solid traffic backup south of there. And we are told this is solid traffic delays of up to 1 hour. So be aware of that. Again, that's I-355 northbound right before US 20, which is Lake Street. Vehicle in a ditch right there. Also, a couple issues on the Metra. If you take either the Union Pacific Northwest line or the Milwaukee District West, check your app. There's a couple of delayed trains on those lines. Again, UP Northwest and Milwaukee District West lines. All right, let's get a look at these travel times here at 7:02 on your Monday morning. If you're coming in on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown, you're at 46 minutes. If you're coming in on the Eisenhower Expressway, it is 37 minutes between Route 390 and downtown. Same drive time on the inbound Stevenson, 37 minutes between I-355 and DuSable Lakeshore Drive. And you Dan Ryan commuters there, 95th to downtown, the drive time there, it's a little stacked up there as you get in toward downtown. You're at 32 minutes.
The winter overnight parking ban, the dreaded parking ban, is now in effect in Chicago.
Roseanne Tellez is live this morning at a tow lot that is already busy. Roseanne, good morning.
Oh, it has just been busy. I mean, there's practically smoke rising from these tow trucks that have been racing in and out with cars as fast as they can. It's just starting to die down because 7 o'clock, you're legal. So as of right now, you're legal. But if you look out your window and they've got you on the hook, it's too late. They will bring your car here. And if you can't find your car, there's a good chance it's here at this lot on 701 Sacramento, or it could be on another lot on Doty. That's 10301 South Doty. We're on North Sacramento, by the way. But you can call 311 if you don't see your car this morning. So we want to show you the video of those tow trucks this morning, and they were coming in and out of this lot. Just one after the other, some pulling 2 cars at a time, sometimes lined up 5 cars or 5 trucks just waiting to get in. Here's the deal. Between 3 a.m. and 7 in the morning, from now through April 1st, starting today through April 1st, you cannot park on those overnight winter parking ban streets. Whether there is snow or not doesn't matter. You are not allowed to park there, or you could end up at one of these lots trying to pull your car out. And if you do come here, remember, it's a $150 towing charge. It's a $60 ticket and $25 a day for storage at the pound if you don't pick it up right away. And we haven't seen too many people, but we did talk to a couple of people who found themselves here this morning.
I was downtown at a restaurant. I parked at 11 p.m. When I came out at around 12:30 a.m., my car was not there anymore.
Oh, and did it have to do with the winter overnight parking ban?
Yes, I guess it started past 12 a.m. this morning, and I did not know about it. You know what? I guess my plates were expired by a month, so I gotta go to the currency exchange and go get a new sticker so I can get my vehicle out. So I don't know how much it was, or how much it is.
So that's on top of the tow fee and all of that?
Yes, and on top of my phone being at 1% right now as well.
Oh, add insult to injury there with that phone. But yes, things are dying down now. I expect one more wave. They probably are heading in with cars, pulling cars right now. So there'll probably be one more wave of cars. But you're okay if your car survived. Just make sure you remember tomorrow, because this will be in effect through April 1st, and they're always looking. But today is the easy day for the tow truck drivers. They find a lot of people have forgotten. So bring your wallet. Back to you guys.
Yeah, it's fish in a barrel for those tow truck operators,
every single year, too. Thank you, Roseanne. Well, the critical final push is underway to reach a peace deal and end Russia's attack on Ukraine.
Brian is here in studio with the latest on where peace talks stand this morning. Brian?
Been a lot of back and forth with this, and senior Trump administration officials met with Ukrainian negotiators in Miami. Now, President Trump did not attend that meeting. They're all working to iron out some of the final details of the U.S. plan to end Russia's invasion that began almost 4 years ago. Both sides said it was a useful session, but there's still some concerns about the deal requiring for Ukraine to give up territory.
We don't just want to end the war, we also want to help Ukraine be safe forever, so never again will they face another invasion. And equally importantly, we want them to enter an age of true prosperity.
Diplomats have been focused on revisions to a 28-point plan introduced by President Trump. That plan has been criticized as being too accommodating to Russia's demands. U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff will be meeting with Russian leaders later this week. Anthony?
Okay, Brian, thank you. People continue to voice their opinion about the crowd limit at the Chris Kindle Market in Chicago on Daley Plaza this year. Right now, about 1,500 people are allowed in at one time to the grounds of the market. That is less than half of the nearly 3,500 people that were allowed in even during COVID in 2021. Now, the city has cited safety concerns here. Organizers say the move has already led to a significant drop in revenue for the vendors. Others, though, say that crowd limits are needed.
I am actually, at least for this year, for it, just because of everything that's been going on in Chicago over the past few months. It's nice to see who can get in, and most importantly, who will be staying out, such as ICE.
I understand safety is a major concern, and I understand I'm quite on the side of the people who have concerns about it. But the market itself in the other years could handle more people than this capacity we had at the moment.
Organizers said that they are hopeful they could come to an agreement with city officials that would allow more people inside the market before the end of the season.
The Illinois State Championship football games will be wrapped up this week. They were postponed due to the winter storms. The campus of Illinois State University was closed on Saturday, so that means some of the games could not be played. So here is the schedule. The 5A and 6A championship games will be played there tomorrow. Then on Wednesday at Northern Illinois University, the 7A and 8A championship games will be played as well. And I'm like living vicariously through all of you parents out there who have kiddos in football, because we didn't have a football team at my high school growing up. No. So way to go, parents and kids. We're all rooting for you here in the
good luck, team.
area. City of Aurora, meantime, activating a temporary overnight warming center, was open last night. It'll be open for certain hours today, Tuesday and Wednesday. It's located at the Financial Empowerment Center that is along South River Street. Again, that warming center in Aurora will be open from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
The holiday shopping deals aren't over yet. Today is Cyber Monday. Nearly 4 million Americans plan to shop today. Adobe Analytics predicts that U.S. shoppers will spend $14.2 billion, which would break a record. Adobe also forecasts that buy now, pay later loans will surpass a $1 billion milestone. If you are one of the millions shopping online today, experts say it's important to know whether you're getting a good deal or getting scammed.
Go to the sites directly. Now, you may Google something looking for a specific product, or you may get an email from some site that's legitimate or not, but if you just go directly to the site.
All right, some other things to keep in mind here. Check your payment options. If the only options to pay are Zelle, wire transfer, or Bitcoin, that is a red flag. Also, be sure to always have your credit locked. Black Friday, meantime, was one for the books when it came to online shopping, not just in store. Even though a lot of people went out in person, Adobe says Americans also spent nearly $12 billion on online purchases on Friday, which is a 9% jump from last year and also set a new record. The report also says more people relied on AI chatbots to compare prices and track deals. Okay, there is one more game on the NFL schedule this week, but for the time being, the Chicago Bears, your Chicago Bears, find themselves alone at the top of the NFC conference.
Take a moment to soak it all in. Their win in Philadelphia on Friday, and the Rams lost to the Panthers yesterday means the Bears are now the top team in the NFC. Both the Bears and the Rams, they have identical records at 9-3, but the Bears hold the tiebreaker over the Rams due to their conference record. The Bears have a big game coming up on Sunday as they travel to Green Bay to take on the Packers. Another win would keep them in first place in the division. And here's a look at the NFC playoff picture here. If the season were to end today, the Bears would get a first-round bye. The Lions and the Cowboys would miss the playoffs.
And guess what? There will be free hot dogs once again at the Wiener Circle in Lincoln Park because of this right here. Yeah, they'll be handing those out tomorrow. Thanks to head coach Ben Johnson tearing off his shirt during that locker room celebration after the big win against the Eagles. Here's the backstory, all right? Wiener Circle posted on social media way back in October asking what would have to happen for more free hot dogs. And apparently one of the options was Ben Johnson taking off his shirt. He did just that. Okay, so that means we're locked in for tomorrow for free dogs. Lincoln Park, last time this happened, the lines started forming early in the morning, and I think they started giving them out right around 11 a.m.
You're correct on that, I believe.
And first come, first serve. Yeah, that's right. Jake was out there live. I'm sure we'll have a reporter, crew on the scene. So, yeah. Good job.
I don't think it was 15 degrees, though, for that line. Yeah.
That's true, there is that.
Yeah, if you're getting in line for that hot dog, bundle up, that is for sure. You know, if the season ended today and you just took the top 2 seeds from each conference, you know who'd be playing each other in the Super Bowl?
So it would be the Chicago Bears. Would be. Yeah, who's the top of the AFC right now?
The Patriots.
Oh, my gosh.
The Patriots. A replay of Super Bowl 20.
Wow, how fun, Mike.
Of course, the odds of that all happening are pretty slim, but I still can't believe the Bears are 6-point underdogs in Green Bay. Whatever. We like that. We like that. Gives them some motivation. All right, do you like more snow? Like it or not, it's coming. There's a system sliding in from the west. You see a whole bunch of winter weather advisories in effect all the way from the central and even southern plains to the mid-Atlantic, and that includes the Chicago area. Our winter weather advisory starts at 2 this afternoon, and it'll last for 10 hours. It expires at midnight. This is not to cover for a huge amount of snow. It's to cover for an impactful snow because of the timing of this darn thing. It's coming in right around the rush hour. So check out our Weather Authority Futurecast. If you're seeing a little peak of sunshine, good for you. It's going to be mainly cloudy. And here comes the snow arriving 2, 3 o'clock. And there you are, right in the heart of the rush hour. It is snowing. I really think the heaviest snow will be falling between about 4 and 8 p.m. And everything kind of winding down. You'll be last out of this in northwest Indiana. But even there, midnight, 1 a.m., you're only dealing with some very light stuff coming down. So today, we're going to top out around 30. Snow coming in mid to late afternoon. Otherwise, mainly cloudy. And then tonight, that's where we end up with 1 to 3 inches of snow. I think it'll be less far north, a little more far south, 18 degrees for the low. Speaking of cold, oh, we've got it all week long, every single day at or below freezing. This is a week where we're going to be adding to the snow depth, maybe a snow shower Wednesday, maybe a little light snow Friday night, and again on Sunday with only a couple of days even touching the 32-degree mark. Back to you.
Thank you, Mike. The man accused of assassinating the CEO of United Healthcare will be in court for a key pretrial hearing today. We'll tell you what we can expect.
POV.
.16 now this Monday morning, and be warned, Chicago's overnight parking ban is now in effect.
Yes, between now and April 1st, cars are not allowed to park between 3 a.m. and 7 a.m. on all the designated snow routes throughout the city, and this is regardless of whether it snows.
We've got more snow in the forecast today. A winter weather advisory will be in effect for all of Chicagoland between 2 this afternoon and midnight. We could see anywhere between 1 and 3 inches and a likely impact on the evening commute. Mike's going to have plenty more in just a bit.
All right, the holiday shopping deals. Yeah, they continue today on Cyber Monday. Adobe Analytics predicts that U.S. shoppers will spend $14.2 billion today, which would break a record. Other news, government officials are learning more about the shooting suspect in last week's ambush of 2 National Guard soldiers. Investigators say the 29-year-old suspect moved to America in 2021 under an asylum program called Operation Allies. They are also revealing that he once worked with the CIA in Afghanistan. A new report from the AP says the alleged gunman had been struggling to adjust to his new life in Washington state while also, quote, unraveling for years and unable to hold a job. 20-year-old Sarah Beckstrom was killed, and 24-year-old Andrew Wolf is now in critical condition.
A manhunt is underway this morning after a mass shooting in Stockton, California, leaves 4 dead at a child's birthday party. The victims include children and adults. Another 11 people were injured. Authorities say this was a targeted incident with multiple agencies working together to solve the case.
All right, the number of dead from that apartment fire in Hong Kong continues to go up. 151 people now confirmed deceased as crews discover more bodies in burned out buildings. Dozens of people are still unaccounted for, so expect that death toll to keep going up. Nearly 80 others have been hurt, and the city halted all construction projects by that same builder as the investigation into the cause of this fire continues.
Hundreds of Border Patrol agents plan to launch an immigration crackdown today in Louisiana and Mississippi. They are calling it Swamp Sweep. Operations will reportedly center near New Orleans with the goal of arresting 5,000 people. Now, this is just the latest of several Democrat-led cities to be targeted, including Los Angeles and Chicago.
The man suspected of assassinating the CEO of United Healthcare on the streets of New York City last year will be in court. Luigi Mangione will have his first major pretrial hearing. He is charged with killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last December. The defense team has already filed a number of legal challenges on his behalf, including a motion to try to suppress certain evidence that was collected during the arrest last year. The 27-year-old Mangione has pleaded not guilty. 7:19. We're sending things over to Mike Kaplan for a look at this Monday situation. Yeah, I'm just using that ambiguous word because I don't like what I'm hearing from you, sir.
Oh, boy, it's more winter on the way. Look, and this is the beginning of meteorological winter, but we sure closed out fall with a white note with heavy snow coming down. Remember I showed this picture on Friday, and I said, at the time, you know, all the beautiful oranges were still there. There was some green in the grass. I said, the next time I show this picture, it's going to be coated in white. And that's still pretty out there, I guess. If you're not fighting it in your commute, it's kind of lovely out there. But we have more snow on the way today. It's not going to be the same intensity of snow that we saw on Sunday. There you can see that system coming in from the west. It's snowing in Kansas, western Missouri, coming out of the Omaha and Council Bluffs area. Still several hours away from getting into Chicagoland. So let me show you when our model, and I think I agree with this, when that snow is going to arrive. Morning hours dry, but during the afternoon, here she comes. 2 o'clock just starting, and then ramping up just in time for that afternoon commute. 4:30, and it's snowing pretty good all across Chicagoland. By midnight-ish, it's done. You'll still have a little bit of snow in northwest Indiana, but by then it's going to be quite light. The rest of the day tomorrow, other than a couple of lake-effect snow showers, Berrien and LaPorte County, it's just all about cloud cover. Today, topping out at 30. This is one of the warmest days of the week, believe it or not. Late afternoon snow coming in. I'm still favoring maybe an inch and a half of snow far north, maybe up to 3 inches south of I-80. Most of us 2. 18 degrees for the low, and then every single day this week at or below freezing all the time. Coldest day, and eye-popping 18 on Thursday, and a lot of these lows are going to be close to 0 in the suburbs moving forward. Back to you.
Okay, a little traffic update for everybody as we take a look at our drive times. And I believe we have a view from Sky Fox this morning over I-355. The northbound side, heads up everybody, the northbound side of I-355 is blocked several lanes. It's reduced down to one lane. This was an accident right at St. Charles Road, just south of Lake Street on I-355 northbound. Traffic is being reduced to one lane only. So heads up there. It's a multi-vehicle crash. It involved one semi-truck. Also, heads up on the Metra. There's some problems unfolding that we're tracking this morning on the UP North Line. There are a couple trains that are delayed going into downtown on the Union Pacific North Line. Also, the Milwaukee District West Line. There's a couple trains not even operating, so check the app there. And also the Milwaukee District, the Union Pacific Northwest line. There's a problem on that as well. So those three lines, you're going to want to check that app. Let's go back to our drive times. Things stacking up big time on the Kennedy. You're now at 53 minutes inbound from O'Hare to downtown. On the Eisenhower, you're at 41 minutes. Gets a little clogged past Oak Park. Route 390 to downtown, that's a 41-minute commute. On the Stevenson inbound, you're at 45 minutes between I-355 and DuSable Lakeshore Drive, and things are a little slower than they were about a half hour ago on the Dan Ryan. You're at 35 minutes between 95th and downtown. Natalie?
Thank you, Anthony. Plenty more to come here on Good Day Chicago. More holiday deals today for Cyber Monday. We've got a live report from an Amazon warehouse of all places. The second installment of Zootopia dominates the box office with a record-setting weekend. And Pat Fitzgerald could be close to getting another head coaching job, and he'll be back in the Big Ten. We'll be right back.
Fox.
Welcome back. Michael Jordan's fight against NASCAR now heads to federal court. This is today. Jordan owned 23XI Racing along with Front Row Motorsports. They're going after NASCAR with antitrust allegations. Both these teams refused to sign renewals on their charter agreements presented by NASCAR, accusing NASCAR of being a monopoly. NASCAR has tried to settle with these teams outside of court. Meantime, Pat Fitzgerald, former Northwestern head football coach, could be close to landing his first job since he was fired by Northwestern. Michigan State reportedly planning to hire him after they fired their own head coach. Fitz won 110 games over 17 season at Northwestern. He was fired in 2023, though, after allegations of hazing within that football program.
Zootopia 2 set new records on opening weekend. It's the highest international opening ever for an animated movie. The sequel brought in $556 million globally since its Wednesday opening, and it was the fourth biggest North American opening of the year. I know you're a big fan of those animated films, Mike.
Cannot get enough. Zootopia. Was that an iced tea back in the day? Or was that Fruitopia?
That was Fruitopia.
That was Fruitopia. Not quite as popular as Zootopia. No, apparently not. All right. You guys ready for more snow?
No.
Ready or not, here it comes this afternoon and that afternoon commute. Even though it won't be pouring down snow, it's going to be impacted by that snow. Looking at maybe a 1 to 3 inch accumulation on the way. I'll give you the full forecast when we come right back.
Ashley's.
Hey, welcome back to Good Day Chicago. It is now 7:30.
We appreciate you joining us. Here's a look at some of the headlines we're following for you this morning. U.S. negotiators, they are heading to Moscow to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin. They will discuss the U.S.-backed peace plan to try to end the war in Ukraine. Over the weekend, Trump representatives met with Ukrainian officials to discuss this plan. Several sticking points remain here, including Russia's demand for Ukraine to give up control of the Donbass region and Ukraine's push for membership into NATO.
Investigators now believe the suspect in last week's shooting of 2 National Guard soldiers may have been radicalized after coming to the U.S. in 2021. A new report from the Associated Press says the suspect had been struggling to adjust to his new life in Washington state after entering the U.S. under the Biden administration's Operation Allies Welcome. He is currently facing charges of first-degree murder for that attack.
Congress is expected to review the U.S. military strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean. Lawmakers are questioning the possibility of a war crime following a new report by the Washington Post. It claims that back in September, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth ordered an additional military strike to kill 2 remaining passengers on board one of those boats, I should say. It was an alleged drug smuggling boat from Venezuela. All right, plows are playing catch up after the snowstorm over the weekend.
And they need cars off the street. We do this story every year and people still get caught in the trap. Roseanne Tellez is live with what you need to know as the city's overnight parking ban returns. Roseanne.
Good morning. That overnight winter parking ban means no parking on certain streets between 3 a.m. and 7 a.m. It starts December 1. And that's the key. That's why people are getting towed today. Has nothing to do with the snow. In some cases, if you're on a snow route where there are 2 inches of snow, it could be that. But generally speaking, you cannot park in these overnight winter parking ban areas. If you violate that order, you're going to end up at a place like this, the tow lot on Sacramento. And I'm telling you, at 3 a.m., boy, the trucks start flying in here, and they are towing in cars 1 and 2 at a time. Cars that they picked up who were in violation of that winter parking ban. And the more they get in here, I think that they probably make more money because they certainly are going at it. The idea, though, is, as Natalie mentioned, they do want to keep Chicago streets safe for travel, and they want to be able to remove snow if they need to. So there are certain streets they like to keep clear through April 1. So when you do end up in a lot like where we are at 701 North Sacramento, or there's another at 10301 South Doty, you're going to end up paying dearly to get your car back. We talked to one man earlier who said he just left his car for a few moments.
This is just unbelievable. This city costs, since I've been here, I saw less than 80 cars going inside. I'm just trying to go inside, take my medicine. That's all I want, because my wife, she needs that right now. But they said your car is not in the system. You have to wait. They don't want to even talk to me.
Yeah, he saw how many cars were brought here. Last year, more than 200, I think it was about 240 cars were towed on this first day of the winter parking ban. So people are just beginning to show up to get their cars, and other people are just now walking outside and thinking, well, I thought I left my car here. Where could it be? Well, this is where it could be. It's $150 tow charge, a $60 ticket, and $25 a day for storage. Also, don't forget, if you have any back fees that are owed to the city, they're going to want to collect before they give you your car. So it is a very expensive ordeal. Beware. Although it's after 7, so you should be okay now. But if you don't know where your car is, sorry. Back to you guys.
Yeah.
What a mess. All right, thank you, Roseanne. The city of Aurora is activating a temporary overnight warming center. It was open last night. It'll be open for certain hours today, Tuesday, and Wednesday. It's located at the Financial Empowerment Center along South River Street, open from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
People continue to voice their opinion about the crowd size limit at the Chris Kindle Market in downtown Chicago. Right now, only about 1,500 people are allowed in at any given time inside the market at Daley Plaza, which is less than half of the nearly 3,500 people allowed in during COVID in 2021. Now, the city here is citing safety concerns. Organizers say the move, though, has already led to a significant drop in revenue for the vendors. Others, though, say that the crowd size limits are needed.
I am actually, at least for this year, for it, just because of everything that's been going on in Chicago over the past few months. It's nice to see who can get in and, most importantly, who will be staying out, such as ICE.
I understand safety is a major concern, and I understand I'm quite on the side of the people who have concerns about it. But the market itself in the other years could handle more people than this capacity we had at the moment.
Organizers say that they are hopeful that they can come to an agreement with the city that would allow more people inside the market before the end of the season. Okay, there's one more game on the NFL schedule for this week, but in the meantime, Bears are alone atop the NFC conference.
What do you know?
Yeah.
They win in Philadelphia on Friday, and the Rams lost to the Panthers yesterday. Means the Bears are now the top team in the NFC. Both the Bears and the Rams have identical records at 9-3. But the Bears hold the tiebreaker over the Rams due to their conference record. The Bears have a big game coming up on Sunday as they travel to Green Bay to take on the Packers.
We were getting our Christmas tree yesterday outside the Whole Foods, okay? There was a guy in a Packers fan with about 8 inches of snow on the roof of his car getting a tree too. He and his wife pushed all that snow on the freshly plowed parking lot, okay? Packers hat. Now, Maggie forbade me from taking video, prevented me from taking video. But I was like, I hope that's bad karma for the Packers.
It is.
You know what I mean? Spilling all that snow on a freshly shoveled lot. Yeah, it's a big game on Sunday.
It is, and the Bears are heavy underdogs. Green Bay's got a 6-point, giving away 6 points to the Bears. I mean, I like the Bears in this game, going up there and proving a point. By the way, I have a correction to make. If the season ended right now and we took the top 2 teams from each conference, actually Denver.
Oh, it'll be Denver.
But tonight, when the Patriots crush the Giants, they will be the Super Bowl team to play the Bears in a repeat of Super Bowl 20. Let's make that happen. How cool would that be?
That'd be great.
How cool would that be? All right, speaking of cool, how about cold? That's what we've got here. Really, moving forward, I see no big warm-up anywhere, even down the road. Today, it's a winter weather advisory. Not in effect now. Goes into effect at 2 and will last through midnight. That's when we're going to see a light accumulation of snow, but it is during the afternoon commute. 30 for the high today, not much wind, so when it's snowing, it's not going to be blowing and drifting all over the place. But I'm expecting a 1 to 3 inch accumulation. The lower amounts, the farther north you are, the higher amounts, the farther south you are. Most of us are going to get 18 degrees for the low. Remember that number, because that's our high on Thursday. There can be a little more snow, light stuff, Wednesday. Maybe a light snow shower Friday night. And then again, something sneaking in here on Sunday. No big storms like what we had on Saturday, but still just a reminder that we have now entered meteorological winter. Let's look at some photos that came in from, in some cases, the Fox 32 weather app. Look at all of these birds. This is Linda Caputo, and she is showing us looks like you got some sparrows in there. Look like these are all maybe house sparrows hanging out there on that evergreen bush looking for something to eat. Put out a little bird seed out there for them, Linda. Next up, this is from Philip Capitelli. And yeah, I'm not sure that they're barbecuing there at the Capitelli house. That is one gigantic pile of snow. Philip, where was that? Take that shovel and maybe a shovel off the top of that kettle grill. Wow. And there's another way to top off your grill. That's from my friend Ellen Baker. Hats off to you. Even though I'm not sure why it says Kaylee Schuyler there, but yeah, we don't need that there. This photo is from Ellen Baker in Gurnee, and she shows us the snow on top of her backyard table. And my hat's off to you, Ellen. Thanks for sharing that one. We'll be right back with more of Good Day after this.
Selling your home.
Welcome back. It was a record-setting Black Friday. The deals are not over just yet. More than 73 million Americans say they plan to shop online today for Cyber Monday, according to the National Retail Federation.
And online retailers like Amazon are going all out on their sales. Kaylee Schuyler joins us live inside an Amazon fulfillment center in Robbinsville, New Jersey. And I'm sure they are so super busy in there, Kaylee.
Natalie and Anthony, I think busy is almost a little bit of an understatement. I mean, everywhere you look, there are totes of products flying down conveyor belts. There are packages flying down conveyor belts off to be shipped. You see workers lugging around different pallets full of products. And this place is massive. It's the size of 28 football fields, and there are 14 miles of conveyor belts, which is really just hard to wrap your mind around. But there is a method to the madness, because this fulfillment center will fulfill hundreds of thousands of orders just from Cyber Monday alone. Now, if you've ever thought to yourself, how can I order a package in the morning and it can be on my doorstep by the afternoon? Well, this is how they do it. The fulfillment center has 3,000 employees, and it utilizes robots. So instead of workers walking long aisles to pick items, the robots bring entire shelves of products directly to the workers. Amazon says AI also helps predict product demand. So the company looks at purchase history, search trends, and product reviews so they can handle the thousands of orders they receive every single second. But it's going to be a big day for a lot of businesses. Adobe Analytics expects Cyber Monday will be the second biggest shopping day of the holiday season. And today, people are expected to spend more than $14 billion. That's an increase of 6.3% from last year. And if you want to cash in on some of the deals, but you aren't exactly sure what to get, one Amazon VP tells me about their AI tool, Rufus.
You can just ask, what should I get for my dad who enjoys gardening and who enjoys outdoor cooking? And Rufus will provide great recommendations. If you know what you want, it will also help you to provide a lot of those comparison opportunities. So which would be the best toaster oven for me, or which would be the right KitchenAid stand mixer for me?
Amazon says shopping trends show a lot of people right now are looking for deals on electronics, beauty products, and, of course, toys. In Robbinsville, New Jersey, Kaylee Schuyler, Fox 32 Chicago.
What a fun experience. Thanks so much, Kaylee. I always wonder how they get it there so fast, right? Another thing you might be shopping for today is a Christmas tree.
And it's bringing back the age-old debate. Do you splurge on a real tree or go with the artificial version? Experts say there are pros and cons of both here. Real trees obviously make the house smell great, but if you forget to take care of them, they don't last very long. They keep that thing nice and hydrated. Artificial trees, yeah, they pay for themselves. You can use them over year in and year out.
There's such a high upfront investment of energy and impact, but the longer that you use it, the more you can kind of amortize or allocate those impacts over time compared to a real Christmas tree.
All right, well, fake trees are sustainable. Tariffs have thrown a little bit of a curveball into the mix here. The American Christmas Tree Association says the price of artificial trees is up about 20%. That means a fake fir that cost $299 last year could reach $359 this year.
Yikes, that is a lot. Well, it is the season of giving, and Fox 32 Chicago and PNC Bank are teaming up with the Greater Chicago Food Depository to help feed local families in need. And now is the perfect time to donate, because tomorrow is Giving Tuesday. Every dollar you give now will triple to provide 9 meals. You can help out by going online to chicagosfoodbank.org.
All right, it's 7:46. We're about to go to break, but here's a quick look at what is coming up for us here on Good Day Chicago during our 8 and 9 o'clock hours, so keep it right here.
Chicago's overnight parking ban is now in effect.
So from now until April 1st, cars not allowed to park between 3 a.m. and 7 a.m. on all those designated snow routes throughout the city. This is regardless of whether it snows. So if you violate the ban, you will have to pay more than $200 in fines.
Yikes. This Cyber Monday could be one for the record books. Adobe Analytics predicts Americans will spend $14.2 billion online today. That would be an increase of about 6.3% from last year.
Okay, there's still one more game left on the NFL schedule for this week. In the meantime, though, the Bears find themselves alone at the top of the NFC with their big win in Philly on Friday. And the Rams lost to the Panthers yesterday. That means the Bears are now the top team in the conference. The Bears have a huge game coming up on Sunday. They're going up north to Lambeau to take on the Packers.
I have high hopes.
I do too.
Other people don't.
I do
Vegas,
too.
right, Mike? But
Vegas,
I do.
Vegas says Bears, they need 6 points. They're favoring the Packers by a touchdown. But look, you know, if the Bears beat the Steelers, that means they're for. Well, all right, they beat the Steelers. They've really got to beat the Eagles. Now we'll believe.
Okay,
they beat
what next?
Yeah, what next? I mean, there can be no doubt.
Right.
When we go to Lambeau next weekend and beat the Packers, it will be, everybody's gonna be like, yeah, this team is for real.
Oh, finally.
Take a look on top of roof there. You see a little bit of snow there near those satellite dishes. Remember, they are all pointed toward the planet Zeptar. That's where we're getting all of our, you know, inner information, some of our forecast secrets coming in there from those satellite dishes. All right, no secret. Snow's on the way. We've been talking about it for days. This is not going to be a replay of Saturday, but it's a winter weather advisory because of the timing. It's going to hit during the afternoon commute. It's not a lot of snow, but it's enough to gum up the works. You'll be able to get where you need to go. This is not a paralyzing blizzard, but drive carefully. Allow some extra time this afternoon in particular. There you see the snow gathering out to our west, still several hours away. I think it's almost 8 o'clock, so about 6 hours from getting in here. And when it does, it will start to ramp up after 2 o'clock. And I think the heaviest snow is going to fall starting around 4, probably snowing pretty good till about 8. And then the character of the snow is going to be diminishing. And once we get to about 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, the stuff is all out of here. And the damage, of course, will be done. I'm looking at maybe an inch and change far north, perhaps as much as 3 inches of snowfall in some of our southern suburbs. Once again, it's not a huge snow, but it's on top of the snow that we got. I know you did a good job of clearing out your driveways, sidewalks already. You're going to have to get back out there again late tonight or tomorrow morning to get rid of that inch or two of snow. And then Mother Nature is not helping at all get rid of snow this week. In fact, there are another couple of opportunities to maybe add a little bit of snow. Wednesday, Friday night, maybe again on Sunday. None of those a big deal in terms of accumulations, but maybe enough to re-whiten that which you've already cleared off. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. An internal memo from the FDA says at least 10 kids have likely died because of the COVID vaccine. This is a report by the New York Times. The Times reports the memo didn't specify the kids' ages, whether they had any underlying health conditions, or which vaccine or vaccines were involved here. But the memo called the findings, quote, a profound revelation, and announced plans to tighten oversight. The FDA's findings have not been peer-reviewed. Meantime, the CDC's vaccine committee is set to meet about this next week.
President Trump says he'll soon release the results of the MRI he received last month. The president told reporters on his way back to the White House, saying, quote, if you want to have it released, I'll release it. Also saying the results are perfect. The White House has not explained why the president had an MRI during his physical last month or where it was focused. The president says the test was not on his brain because he did take a cognitive test, adding that he aced it.
Michael Jordan is in a legal fight against NASCAR, and that heads to the federal court today. The Jordan-owned 23XI racing team, along with Front Row Motorsports, they're both going after NASCAR with antitrust allegations. Both teams refused to sign renewals on the charter agreements presented to those teams by NASCAR. They're both accusing NASCAR of being a monopoly. NASCAR has tried to settle with these teams outside of court.
The college football coaching shakeup is underway. Lane Kiffin officially leaving Ole Miss for LSU. He asked if he could continue coaching Ole Miss through the rest of the season, but his request was denied. ESPN reports that Kiffin's contract will be for 7 years at roughly $12 million per year.
Pat Fitzgerald, the former head football coach at Northwestern, could be close to landing his first job since being fired by Northwestern. Michigan State is reportedly planning to hire him after they fired their own head coach. Fitzgerald won 110 games over 17 seasons with Northwestern. He was fired at the end of 2023, or in the midst of the 2023 year, after allegations of hazing within the Northwestern football program. Other sports news, the WNBA is extending its negotiation deadline for a new collective bargaining agreement through January 9th. The previous deadline was set to expire at midnight last night. Both sides have a 48-hour window to terminate the extension as they continue to work toward a new agreement.
Zootopia 2 set new records on opening weekend. It's the highest international opening ever for an animated movie. The sequel brought in $556 million globally since its Wednesday opening. 96 mil in North America, a total of 156 million over the 5-day Thanksgiving period. This is the 4th biggest North American opening of the year. But China was the movie's biggest market with 272 million in ticket sales.
All right, 7:55 on your Monday morning. We got plenty more Good Day Chicago coming up, so keep it right here.
Make Menards.
Scammers, they're just like us, taking advantage of holiday deals. That's the warning from Amazon this morning as people snag their Cyber Monday deals. According to the company, cyber criminals are pretending to be Amazon in an attempt to steal your personal information and your money. They want you to be cautious if the person contacting you is acting with a false sense of urgency from Amazon or asking for personal information and payment through gift cards.
Auto industry analysts suggest that people are finally putting their foot down when it comes to dishing out money for an expensive vehicle. According to a report from the Wall Street Journal, auto experts say the car buyers are downsizing. They're purchasing more used cars, even paying longer car loans while they wait to pounce on a deal. Experts say the reason for the change include auto tariffs inflation, and a tighter job market.
IRS says it's rolling out artificial intelligence tax agents. The program's expected to be run by Salesforce. IRS says the AI system will be built with strict guardrails. They also won't make any final decisions or disperse funds until human review. The program is designed to help overworked staff process customer requests more quickly and efficiently.
Okay, if you're getting to that point in your career where you're ready to call it and cash in on retirement, here's a question: where should you be looking to settle? Well, Wallet Hub, the online site for managing personal finance, compared cost of living, taxpayer friendliness, health infrastructure, and a couple other factors and found what they are calling the top 5 cities for retirement. So here we go: Orlando, Florida; Scottsdale, Arizona; Minneapolis, Minnesota; Miami; and Tampa, Florida. All right, on the flip side here, Wallet Hub says the worst cities: Bakersfield, Stockton, and San Bernardino, California.
Good Day Chicago at 8 starts now.
And right now at 8 o'clock, Chicago's overnight parking ban is back. The city is busy towing cars this morning. A lot of people waking up. Where's my car? All right, we are live with what you need to know so it doesn't happen to you.
And the man accused of shooting 2 National Guard members may have been radicalized in the United States. We're going to walk you through the new developments in the investigation.
Okay, we're nearing the end of this particular holiday travel rush, and we're tracking one last hurdle for people heading home today.
And it was a nice break from the snow, but not long enough. We're not out of the woods just yet. Get ready for round 2.
Yeah, I think that's what we're calling a hurdle. Caitlin, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Great
How's it
to see
going?
you.
Good.
Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. So, afternoon commute.
A little bit of snow.
A little dicey today?
Yep, the snow
Okay.
is back, especially this afternoon between 2 p.m. and midnight, actually. We expect scattered snow showers for all of Chicagoland. Right now, it's quiet, but it is cold this morning, so let's start there. First of all, it's 20 degrees. These are the actual temperatures, by the way. So the actual temperature at Woodstock is 10, 15 in DeKalb, 20 at the Lakefront and O'Hare, 22 at Midway, 17 in Chicago Heights. And here's that winter weather advisory that we were just discussing. A winter weather advisory in place starting this afternoon through tonight for all of Chicagoland. Our day planner has temperatures right around 26 degrees by 11, by 1 p.m. 29. As mentioned before, scattered snow expected this afternoon. I'll time it out for you and show you how much snow we expect ahead.
Okay, thank you, Caitlin. Appreciate it. The city of Aurora has opened its temporary warming center to help folks stay warm out there. This is happening at the Financial Empowerment Center on River Street. That center will stay open until 7 p.m. and it'll open back up at 7 a.m. tomorrow as well. So heads up there. Do you park on the street? Well, you might want to make sure your car is still there.
I hate reporting on this
I know.
every year because I feel so bad for all the people that get caught up in this. The city's overnight parking ban is now in effect. Roseanne Tellez has the big fine that rule breakers could end up with. Roseanne.
Right. It is really hard the first day. So many people, coming off of their Thanksgiving vacation. Maybe they've just gotten home and your mind is a million miles away from this ban that only takes effect from December through April 1st, December 1 through April 1st from 3 to 7 in the morning. You cannot park on those certain streets that are part of this overnight winter parking ban. And if you do, you could end up here. And this is where we've been this morning. This may be somebody just picking up their car and getting it back. But most of the morning, we have just seen trucks, tow trucks, pulling 1, 2 cars back to back into this lot overnight. Those are the violators who were still on the street after 3 o'clock. Also, streets with snow route signs prohibit parking when there's 2 or more inches of snow. The idea is they try to keep the Chicago streets safe for travel. They want to have them clear if they need to remove snow. So there's just no parking during those months. And the towing starts the minute it goes into effect at 3. And this pound at 701 North Sacramento was really busy. Your car could also go to what's called Pound 2 at 10301 South Doty. We talked to one woman who was helping her daughter out this morning.
Well, my daughter called me at 6 in the morning and she said my car is not there. She worked overnight and, I just had to go pick her up and we found out that it was being towed. Yes, $175. Yes. just saw that you shouldn't park from December 1st to April 4th, something. Yeah, like that. Yeah.
She'll have it seared in her memory now. So it's $150 for the tow, it's $60 for the ticket, and then $25 for each day if you don't pick it up today. The other thing you have to be aware of is if you owe any fees to the city for some maybe outstanding tickets or expired licenses, you're going to have to pay that before you get your car out of this lot this morning. So be sure you maybe stop by the bank on the way, and I'd go out and check for that car and make sure it's still there this morning if you have any doubts at all. But remember, from now through April 1st, folks, no parking on those streets that are part of this Chicago overnight winter parking ban. Back to you now in the studio.
All right. Thank you, Roseanne. Fingers crossed for everybody out there. Okay, thousands of people, they're still trying to get home this morning after the holiday weekend.
Brian Jackson joins us with the lingering effects from Saturday's snowstorm.
It was really bad this weekend, right? Well, we're already starting to see some problems this Monday morning as well. FlightAware shows there have been more than 100 delays and around 40 cancellations at O'Hare. Now, of course, that's nowhere near as bad as what we saw this weekend. O'Hare saw more than 8 inches of snow on Saturday, prompting a 4-hour ground stop. That created a huge ripple effect. By Sunday afternoon, more than 4,000 flights were delayed nationwide.
Honestly, what's making this kind of seem more unusual for a lot of people is the last couple winters, we've kind of been more on the mild side. December's been fairly dormant from a snow perspective.
It's really unfortunate that this weather comes on a very busy holiday travel day, but that's the hand that we were dealt.
Those problems could continue today. Overnight, we saw planes being de-iced at several airports, including Minneapolis, St. Paul International, and Ronald Reagan Washington National Airports. And according to AAA, the Monday after Thanksgiving is usually the second busiest travel day of the holiday weekend, and there's more snow on the way. Meanwhile, thousands of European-built Airbus jets are returning to normal service after they were grounded Friday for an urgent software update. Airbus also says this is not a long-term problem. Delta and United both say that there are zero impacts to operations, and American Airlines told us only 4 of its planes were affected by the issue.
Grounding an aircraft to apply a fix isn't a sign that there's something wrong. It is a sign that the system is protecting you. And Airbus acted, regulators enforced it, and crews are implementing the solution.
Airbus knew something wasn't right when a JetBlue flight suddenly dropped mid-air back on October the 30th. The drop in altitude forced an emergency landing, and it was so rough that 15 passengers had to go to the hospital. Natalie?
What a nightmare. All right, thank you, Brian. Back here in Chicago, people trying to visit the Christkindl Market can expect the long lines to continue. The city put new space restrictions in place that limit the crowds at the market to 1,500 people. Nearly 3,500 people were allowed before the restrictions. The city is defending its decision, saying safety is the top priority. But organizers say the move has resulted in a huge drop in revenue for its vendors.
I am actually, at least for this year, for it, just because of everything that's been going on in Chicago over the past few months. It's nice to see who can get in, and most importantly, who will be staying out, such as ICE.
I understand safety is a major concern, and I understand I'm quite on the side of the people who have concerns about it. But the market itself in the other years could handle more people than this capacity we had at the moment.
Organizers say they are hopeful they can come to an agreement with city officials, allowing more people inside the market before the season ends.
All right, it is Cyber Monday, and experts are expecting a record turnout. Adobe analysts predict Americans will spend $14.2 billion online today, and that would be about a 6.3 jump from last year. It also predicts that folks will opt into those buy now, pay later loans, and to the tune of about $1 billion worth of those loans.
And we did break records on Black Friday. Even though many people flocked to stores, Adobe Analytics says Americans spent nearly $12 billion on online purchases Friday. That's a 9% jump from last year and a new record. Report also says more people relied on AI chatbots to compare prices and track deals.
Investigators believe the suspect in last week's shooting of 2 National Guard soldiers may have been radicalized after coming to the U.S. in 2021. This is according to a new report from the AP saying the alleged gunman, Rahmanullah Lakhanwal, had been struggling to adjust to his new life in Washington state after entering the U.S. under the Biden administration's Operation Allies Welcome.
We do believe it was through connections in his home community and state, and we're going to continue to talk to those who interacted with him, who were his family members, talk to them.
Lakhanwal had been vetted by the intelligence community for his work with the CIA in Afghanistan before coming to the U.S., and he was granted asylum this year under the Trump administration, which would have required another screening process. Lakhanwal is facing charges of first-degree murder for that attack.
Today, lawmakers in Indiana are expected to push forward with redrawing the state's voting maps. Right now, Republicans hold 7 of Indiana's existing 9 House seats. The White House wants to make the map 9-0 in the GOP's favor. That would give Republicans 2 extra seats in the 2026 election that will determine control of the U.S. House. Right now, Democrats only need to flip a handful of seats to take control. The state Senate is set to vote December 8th. Both chambers would have to pass the bill in order to send it to the Indiana governor's desk. All right, there's one more game on the NFL schedule this week, but the Bears find themselves all alone at the top of the NFC.
A great spot to be in after their win in Philly on Friday, and the Rams lost to the Panthers yesterday. So, yeah, that means the Bears are alone at the top of the conference. Not just the division, the conference. Now, both the Bears and Rams have an identical record. They're 9-3, but the Bears hold the tiebreaker over the Rams due to their conference record. Bears have a big game coming up on Sunday. They're heading up north, across the Cheddar Curtain, to visit Green Bay at Lambeau to take on the Packers. Another win would keep them in first place in the division. So here is a breakdown of the NFC playoff picture. Check it out there on your screen. If the season were to end today, the Bears will get a first-round bye. The Lions and the Cowboys would miss the playoffs.
I don't feel bad about the Lions. You know, my in-laws are Lions fans, and I don't like to see them win. You know, I just don't, Caitlin.
Oh, they've got to be,
Are you
watching the Ben Johnson.
What? You don't like just because they're your in-law? My family. No, I'm from Detroit area too.
Yes,
I gotta
know.
cheer for both. I gotta cheer for both.
I cannot cheer for the Lions.
I'm happy when all of my teams win, including my husband's, the Bills. You know, a happy person after a game is a good person to be around, you know. All right, let's talk about this forecast. We had so much snow, beautiful snow over the weekend. Wasn't it nice? As long as you didn't have to drive in it.
Right, that was the key.
That's the key. Temperatures this morning, it's cold. Yes, the actual temperature is 10 degrees at Woodstock, 15 in Waukegan, 20 at the lakefront, and O'Hare, 21 in Gary. These wind chills are brutal as well, no surprise. Temperatures are going to be cold all day, but really the main story is going to be the return of snowfall. Right now it feels like 10 at Woodstock, 12 in DeKalb. Rockford, way up there, 4 degrees is the wind chill right now. 15 at the lakefront, so it is chilly. Now, I do want to talk about visibility because we have had reports of a little bit of fog developing this morning, and this could actually be freezing fog, so leaving a light glaze on roadways. 1 1/4 mile of visibility at LaSalle. We're seeing 3 miles in Aurora. 4.1 at the lakefront. So we're doing okay visibility-wise, but again, if you see the fog, we could see some freezing fog. Satellite radar this morning, generally quiet conditions outside of that fog. We have clouds in place, but the snow, it's returning this afternoon. So let's take you through your futurecast and time it out. This is lunchtime, and we're starting to see some snow approach from the southwest. Between 2 and 3, taking over Chicagoland. The snow is falling for your evening commute home. We'll take a look at how much snow we expect before it finally moves out of here after midnight ahead. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Caitlin. We are following a developing investigation into a mass shooting at a birthday party.
Yes, what we are learning about the young victims as police ramp up the search for the shooter. But first, we are live in D.C. as U.S. officials are getting ready to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow. The red lines they have to work around to end the war in Ukraine.
And it is the season of giving. Fox 32 and PNC Bank are teaming up with the Greater Chicago Food Depository to help feed local families in need. And, you know, now is just the perfect time to donate. Tomorrow is Giving Tuesday, and every dollar you give now will triple to provide 9 meals. You can help out by going online to chicagosfoodbank.org. Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. It's now 8:16. Unfortunately, Chicago's overnight parking ban is now in effect. From now until April 1st, cars are not allowed to park between 3 a.m. and 7 a.m. on designated snow routes throughout the city. This is regardless of whether it snows or not. If you violate the ban, you'll have to pay more than $200 in fines. Hey, this Cyber Monday could be one for the record books. Adobe Analytics predicts Americans will spend $14.2 billion online today. That would be an increase of about 6.3% over last year. There's one more game on the NFL schedule this week, but the Bears find themselves alone at the top of the NFC. Their win in Philadelphia on Friday and the Rams' loss to the Panthers yesterday means the Bears are now the top team in the NFC. Ooh, it feels good to be on top. The Bears have a big game coming up on Sunday as they travel to Green Bay to take on the Packers, and they are going to win. We're going to wish it to be true as we take a live look outside, and kind of looks like the frozen tundra out there, Caitlin.
Doesn't it?
Yes.
Absolutely. I hope that you at home who are watching or listening, if you're driving to work, hopefully you got the opportunity to enjoy the snow yesterday, right? It fell, and then yesterday it still was falling for some, especially south of Chicago, but then you got to enjoy it. Go sledding or something. We have more snow on the way today. If you didn't get the opportunity to enjoy our winter wonderland, we do have an additional 1 to 4 inches expected today, this afternoon, into this evening, and even tonight before things do dry out. So again, weather headlines number 1, of course, 1 to 4 additional inches of snow. Winter weather advisory in place today starting this afternoon. Sub-zero wind chills coming. It is going to get very cold this week. Temperatures in the 20s, the 30s, even the teens. I'll show you that on your 7-day forecast in a moment. But we have several chances for snow this week, including on Wednesday, the chance for a little bit of snow. This morning, we have some fog out there, so watch out for the fog, and some slick spots are possible. Temperatures right now ranging from 10 at Woodstock to 15 at DeKalb, 12 in Aurora, 20 at the lakefront, 22 at Midway. It is brutal this morning. Make sure you layer up. Highs today in the mid-20s west of Chicago, in the city around 31. And here comes that snow. So our futurecast shows by 3:45, snow covering Chicagoland. Really, after about 1 to 2, that snow moves in. And then notice by this evening, it slowly drifts to the east. We have drier skies returning overnight tonight, but the clouds are staying put and the temperatures are staying cold before our next round of snow expected by Wednesday. So some light snow possible Wednesday. Talking about today, the heaviest snow is expected to be south of the city, where you could see closer to that 2 to 4 inch range, 1 to 2 inches as we get north of the city. But in Chicago, I do expect around a couple of inches of snow for today. So a light snowfall, but it could be impacting your evening commute. Anthony.
Thank you for the heads up, Caitlin. Appreciate it. All right. After a weekend of what is described as intense diplomacy with Ukraine, U.S. negotiators, they are now heading from Ukraine to Moscow to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Doug Luzader has more from Washington on this latest round of efforts to end this war.
The weekend offered no break in the fighting for Ukraine, even as peace talks were underway in Florida.
Well, first of all, Rustam, and to all of you that are here, it's great to be back with you again.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio sitting down with Ukrainian officials to try to nudge the peace process forward. Details from the emerging plan are not yet clear, but Ukraine would almost certainly have to cede some of its territory. No apparent breakthroughs, but Rubio said there was progress.
This is delicate, it's complicated, there are a lot of moving parts, and obviously there's another party involved here that'll have to be a part of the equation, and that'll continue later this week when Mr. Witkoff travels to Moscow.
And that is the next step. Steve Witkoff, one of the president's chief negotiators, preparing now to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
No, I don't have a deadline. I have a deadline when the war is over.
President Trump, on his way back to Washington yesterday, said the weekend talks made headway.
I've spoken to them, and they're doing well. Ukraine's got some difficult little problems. They have some difficult problems, but I think Russia would like to see it end.
But that is the critical question. Putin has given new indications that despite a willingness to talk, he is not scaling back his ambitions.
If past his prologue, Russia's going to continue this war, and their strategic objectives, which is to topple the government of Ukraine, those haven't changed much.
All right, Doug Luzader joining us now, and we heard Secretary Rubio kind of speaking in generalizations. Doug, what is the big sticking point? I know they're not getting specific, but in terms of what's been reported so far, does it have to do with this Donbass region?
That's a big part of it. And, you know, I guess every war to some degree comes down to land, and that's what, you know, this one is really about. Do you give Russia land in addition to what they've already conquered in Ukraine? Do you make them give back that land? You know, these are the questions that have arisen in the wake of the initial proposal here. And we don't know where they're kind of establishing that line, if there's going to be a requirement that Ukraine give up some territory, that Russia pull back. We don't know. And the other has to do with security guarantees for Ukraine. Is Ukraine going to completely rule out the idea of ever becoming part of NATO, for instance, which would offer a pretty robust defense in theory against further Russian incursions? You know, that's been a real point of contention for Putin.
All right, so as this meeting is set to get underway in Moscow, when do we expect to find out how things go?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what we hear from Putin after this meeting, whether this is just, in fact, kind of a show where Putin says that he's willing to talk, meets for talks, and then ultimately doesn't give up anything. That seems to be the direction we're heading, but you never know. And there's going to be a question, too, of what kind of pressure the White House decides to apply here, whether there really is a clear threat to up sanctions on Russia if there isn't some kind of a deal.
We shall see. Doug Luzader, thank you for the update from Washington. Appreciate it, sir.
Thank you.
All right, it's 8:22 back here in Chicago. We got a lot coming up a little later this morning on Chicago Now. The holiday shopping rush can make December one of the most financially stressful months of the year. We're going to talk to our money expert, sharing some holiday budget survival tips to avoid overspending. Also, 3 friends just set a new world record on the CTA. They're going to be joining us to talk about their mission to get people out of their own neighborhoods to actually explore the rest of the city of Chicago. And we always hear about red flags when it comes to dating. America's relationship coach, Jackie Del Rosario, is going to be with us to explain how to tune out the noise and find what you really want and really value in a relationship. That is all coming up a little bit later, starting on Chicago Now at 10 a.m. We'll be right back.
It's one of those days.
This is awful here. A manhunt is underway this morning after a mass shooting in Stockton, California. It left 4 kids dead at a child's birthday party. The victims include children and adults, and another 11 people were injured. Authorities say this was a targeted incident with multiple agencies now working together to try to solve the case.
Families should be together instead of at the hospital, standing next to their loved one, praying that they survive.
Violence of this nature has absolutely no place in any time, shape, or form, and children should not be harmed by gun and gang violence.
Governor Gavin Newsom was also briefed on the incident. Officials within his office described the shooting as horrific.
Congress is expected to review the U.S. military strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean. Lawmakers are questioning the possibility of a war crime following a new report from the Washington Post. It claims that back into September, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth ordered an additional military strike to kill the remaining 2 passengers aboard an alleged drug smuggling boat from Venezuela. Congress does not have information to support the report, but it has opened an investigation. Since September, 21 known deadly strikes have been carried out on suspected drug-running boats.
The number of dead from that apartment fire in Hong Kong has jumped up to 151 people, with dozens still unaccounted for. Nearly 80 others are injured. The city halted all construction projects by that same builder as the investigation into the cause of the fire continues. Why the smoke alarms didn't work in that complex. Authorities have arrested 13 workers for suspected manslaughter.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu requesting a pardon on corruption charges, saying it would help unify the country. But critics say it would weaken democratic institutions and send a dangerous message. Netanyahu is on trial, charged with fraud and accepting bribes. He denies the charges. Netanyahu is the only sitting prime minister in Israel's history to stand trial.
All right, SpaceX continues to build up its internet satellite system. The Falcon 9 booster took off from NASA's Kennedy Space Center just before 1 a.m. The Starlink mission puts 29 more broadband internet satellites into low orbit, now continuing its ongoing mission to provide broadband internet to locations that are difficult to access via space.
8:28 now. Temperatures in Chicagoland are taking a dip, unfortunately, and obviously not everyone has a coat that fits to stay warm. So we're going to talk with an organization trying to change all that. Still ahead. Caitlin?
And the winter weather, speaking of, more snow is on the way today. Winter weather advisory in place with additional inches of accumulation expected here in Chicagoland. I'll show you the timing and how much snow we expect ahead. First, though, tossing it out to Gabby, who's live in the elements this morning. Gabs.
Oh my gosh. And Caitlin, it is a winter wonderland here in Wheaton. Now let's take a special trip anytime to come to Cantini. It is Christmas in Cantini right now. You remember seeing the beautiful lights display that happens during this time of year, but also you get a special opportunity to go inside the McCormick House Mansion. That's where we're going to take you here in the 8 o'clock hour, so stay tuned. It is decorated beautifully. I can't wait to show you inside.
Hey, welcome back to Good Day Chicago. It's 8:32 and U.S. negotiators heading to Moscow to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
They plan to discuss the U.S.-backed peace plan to try to end the war in Ukraine. Over the weekend, representatives from the Trump administration met with Ukrainian officials to go over this plan. Several sticking points do remain, including Russia's demand for Ukraine to give up control of the Donbass region and Ukraine's push for membership into NATO.
Investigators now believe that suspect in last week's shooting of 2 National Guard soldiers may have been radicalized after coming to the U.S. in 2021. A new report from the Associated Press says the suspect has been struggling or had been struggling to adjust to his new life in Washington state after entering the U.S. under the Biden administration's Operation Allies Welcome. He is facing charges of first-degree murder for the attack.
All right, after that bombshell Washington Post report, Congress is expected to review the U.S. military strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean. Lawmakers are questioning whether a war crime was committed following that report from the Post. Claimed that back in September, I should say, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth ordered an additional military strike to kill 2 remaining passengers aboard an alleged drug smuggling boat from Venezuela. Chicago's overnight parking ban is back, and that means you've got to keep your car off of certain streets or risk a ride to the, the car impound lot.
I hate this.
Yeah, it's
every
awful.
year. I just hate it. Roseanne Tejas is live with what you need to know to keep your car out of that place right there behind her.
That's right, Natalie, and I know you hate it because you can just imagine the feeling, right, of these people coming out of their homes and going, wait a minute, I thought I parked here last night. Then the realization sets in that they're in for a big hassle this morning. So the winter parking ban, the overnight winter parking ban, means from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. from today through April 1, you cannot park on certain streets, whether there is snow or not. And if your car was missing this morning, there's a good chance you end up at a place like this. Now, this is actually where they started bringing cars at 3 a.m. this morning, almost nonstop. The trucks were just one after the other, some tow trucks bringing in 2 cars at a time. This is pound 6 at 701 North Sacramento. Your car could also be at pound 2, which is at 10301 South Doty. You want to call 311 if you're not sure where your car is to find out where it may have been taken. The idea is to keep Chicago's streets safe for travel and efficient for snow removal through the winter months. So they want those hours to be clear. That's when you would be wanting to clear a road before rush hour. There are also snow route signs you have to be aware of. They prohibit parking when there is 2 or more inches of snow. But this morning was really all about the winter ban in effect, which is in effect snow or no snow. One man said it just happened so fast.
I came out the club and my car wasn't even there no more. It just sucks. I gotta go to work now after this. I've been staying up all night looking for my car. Now I gotta go to work. I'm gonna be looking out, yes, for sure.
And his wallet a lot lighter too. It is a $150 tow charge plus a $60 ticket, $25 per day that you leave it here, and you're not getting your car without paying whatever outstanding fees you may have had. If you had an expired plate or expired sticker, you may have to go get it before you get your car out today. So it could be pretty expensive. Once again, this runs through April 1. Last year, on this day, they towed more than 240 cars. We're hoping that yours wasn't one of them. Back to you now in the studio.
Well, it's always in the hundreds. All right, Roseanne, thank you for that update. Appreciate it. Meantime, thousands of people are still trying to get home this weekend. After this weekend, that holiday weekend, not everyone skipped town yesterday, so today's a big travel day too.
Brian Jackson joins us with the lingering effects from Saturday's snowstorm. Brian?
Well, you guys were already starting to see some problems still this morning. FlightAware shows that there have been more than 100 delays and around 40 cancellations at O'Hare. Of course, that's nothing compared to what we saw this past weekend. O'Hare saw more than 8 inches of snow on Saturday, prompting a 4-hour ground stop. And that created just this huge ripple effect. By Sunday afternoon, more than 4,000 flights were delayed nationwide.
Honestly, what's making this kind of seem more unusual for a lot of people is the last couple winters, we've kind of been more on the mild side. December's been fairly dormant from a snow perspective.
It's really unfortunate that this weather comes on a very busy holiday travel day, but that's the hand that we were dealt.
And those problems could continue. Overnight, we saw planes being de-iced at several airports, including Minneapolis, St. Paul International, and Ronald Reagan Washington National Airports. And according to AAA, the Monday after Thanksgiving is usually the second busiest travel day of the holiday weekend. And wouldn't you know, there's more snow on the way. Well, meanwhile, thousands of European-built Airbus jets are returning to normal service after they were grounded on Friday for an urgent software update. Airbus also says this is not going to be a long-term issue. Delta and United both say that there are zero impacts to operations, and American Airlines told us that only 4 of its planes were affected by the problem.
Grounding an aircraft to apply a fix isn't a sign that there's something wrong. It is a sign that the system is protecting you. And Airbus acted, regulators enforced it, and crews are implementing the solution.
Take a listen to this. Airbus knew something wasn't right when a JetBlue flight suddenly dropped mid-air on October the 30th. The drop in altitude forced an emergency landing, and it was so rough that 15 passengers had to go to the hospital. Back over to you guys.
Wow. Thank you, Brian. 8:38, and we've got more snow on the way. You have been warned, Caitlin.
More snow this afternoon, this evening, driving around, maybe getting home from work, could be impacted by snowfall. Right now, it's quiet. We have some fog out there and mostly cloudy skies, very cold temperatures. Over the next 12 hours, highs are going to be hovering around 30 degrees. So we are going to be staying below freezing today with the return of snowfall, as we just mentioned. So with that being said, all of us are under a winter weather advisory this afternoon into tonight, ending at midnight, because we could see around 1 to 4 inches of snowfall throughout the afternoon and this evening into tonight. Temperature-wise, tonight we're dropping down to 18 degrees at O'Hare, 13 in DeKalb, 16 in Morris, so very cold temperatures. Tomorrow, a high of only 28, and we're not done with the snowfall after today. In fact, on Wednesday, we have the chance for more snow in the afternoon. Temperatures are also going to be taking a big hit by the end of the week as well. So today, again, 31 chance for afternoon snow. Tomorrow's looking quiet, 28 as our high, and then back to the mid-30s on Wednesday with that chance for snowfall returning. Thursday's high, 18, after a morning low of 5. Thursday night getting down to 3. So very cold air by the end of the week before another chance for some light snow Friday night into early Saturday. Temperatures this weekend in the low 30s.
All right, Caitlin, thank you very much for the update there. It's 8:40. We got plenty more ahead here on Good Day Chicago. Who needs a pub crawl when you can do a cookie crawl?
Ooh.
Yeah, we'll tell you about the tasty holiday tradition coming up during our 9 o'clock hour.
Well, if you stepped outside this morning, you know how cold it is. And Mr. Dad's Father's Club is making sure everyone stays warm. Executive Director Joseph Williams and Mr. Dad himself are here to talk about their upcoming coat drive. Mr. Dad's Father's Club, you have been doing this for, is it 6 years now?
6 years.
I am so glad, Joseph, you've seen so much success with this program.
Yeah, absolutely. No, thank you guys so much.
Sure.
Yeah, it's an amazing program. Mr. Dad's Father's Club has been around going into next year 8 years, but with our Share the Warmth event, we've been doing it now for 6 years, and it's still don't feel like it's been 6 years.
Well, what a great effort, because winter coats are so expensive. Kids grow out of them so darn fast. So the Share the Warmth coat drive, tell us about this and how people can get involved.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So the Share the Warmth coat giveaway event, we used to be 500, and then we kept working our way up. We made it to 1,000. And this year, something that we saw just last year in particular, that it was a real need for coats. And it wasn't just children. We started to realize some of those parents needed coats. So we say, you know what, we're going to get 1,000 children coats like we always do. But this time, we're going to get 1,000 adult coats too. And we're going to make sure we spread that love and help the children and the parent out so the families can come and get coats. So it's going to be an amazing event. We're going to have some good food out there by Chef Michael Earhart, where he comes out and feed over 500 people. You're going to have some good resource vendors out there that's going to be giving away some things. And then more than anything, we're going to have tons of coats. We just got a shipment of winter boots in that we didn't expect.
Wonderful.
So we're going to have some winter boots in. And the only thing we ask folks to do is go to visit our website, sign up, and register. But even if you don't register, no matter what, as long as you show up and you show up early, you're going to get a coat.
So let's talk about the event itself. When does it take place? What is the day and the hours?
Absolutely. So our event will take place this Saturday, December 6th, from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. And it takes place at Lindblom Park Fieldhouse, which is right there in Inglewood, West Inglewood, at 6059 South Damon. So 6059 South Damon. We want to give a huge shout out to our Alderman Stephanie Coleman in the Chicago Park District, because they are always supporting our event. And more than anything, our coats. These coats are donated, and they come in from people from all around the Chicagoland area, but also Cradles to Crayons. They've been one of our biggest supporters year by year. They always come in and donate to us.
Joseph, if people have coats that they want to donate, is it too late, and how do they do that?
Oh, no, it's not too late. It's never too late, never too late. So we are still accepting donations. You can drop them off at our Mr. Dad's Clubhouse, which is located at 61 West 111th Place, directly behind Roseland Hospital. And yeah, the clubhouse is open Monday through Thursday from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. So you can always stop by and drop donations off there as well.
Wonderful. This program, I know for so many years we have been supporting you and your program. What inspired you to create it?
Yeah, you know what? Never would have thought reading a book would turn into something so phenomenal. But what really inspired me was just being involved in my children's life and having the opportunity to be involved in their life, to see the impact it made when I was involved, and then to say, how can we get more fathers to make sure that they involved in their children's life? So when we kicked Mr. Dad program off, it was simply to help get fathers actively engaged in their children's lives through mentoring and literacy. And now our fathers are moving around school by school. We are now in 18 schools, and we're not just reading, we're boosting these children's confidence, their self-esteem. We're making them feel good about themselves and loving themselves. And then we just put the icing on the top when we bring in Mr. Dad, because Mr. Dad, a.k.a. the Black Mr. Rogers here, he comes in and he just turns up the classroom, and the children love him. You've never seen so many children rush the front door of the classroom because Mr. Dad comes in.
Well, thank you for everything that you're doing. We just love it. We'll continue to support you in any way we can here on Fox 32.
Yes,
Thanks, Joseph.
Thank you.
Thank you. And boy, those kids are going to need those coats, especially today, Caitlin, and later this week.
You know what? Yes. Going to school even. You got to get the snow pants, the boots, the hat, the gloves, all the things. It is going to be a cold day. It's a cold morning. At the bus stop this morning, make sure the kiddos are prepared. They probably already are headed off to school now. It's 8:47. But yeah, cold all week. We have snow on the way again today. This morning, it's quiet generally. We have a little bit of fog, so a little bit of slick spots possible. Some freezing fog not out of the question. But satellite and radar showing mostly cloudy skies. And as mentioned, the snow is on the way this afternoon, especially after 2 p.m. on through the day, the evening, even into the early overnight. So talking about that freezing fog that I did just mention, we see 1¼ mile of visibility there at LaSalle, 4.7 at the lakefront, 3 miles in Aurora, 3.8 in Merrillville. So don't be surprised if you see the fog. Just take it slow. if the ground looks like it's wet, it's probably slick. Our 24-hour temperature change, we are 16 degrees colder in Waukegan, 13-degree drop at Woodstock, 7 degrees colder at O'Hare compared to yesterday at this time, leaving us in the teens. 15 in Waukegan, 20 at O'Hare, 12 at Woodstock, 18 in Morris. Northwest Indiana, temperatures for you are around the mid-teens to low 20s right now. Here's your futurecast. As mentioned, between 1 and 2, the snow moves in and then it continues to fall through your evening commute. Tonight, that's when finally things start to dry out. And then tomorrow, it's going to be another cold day. Quiet, though. Clouds in place. Temperatures really dropping, though, as we get to Thursday. But before we do, more snow is possible on Wednesday. So we have multiple rounds of snow expected this week, starting with today. So our futurecast snowfall, how much are we seeing from today? Well, if you live south of the city, better chance to get in on that 2 to 4 inch range. 1 to 2 from Chicago points north. So all of us seeing the snowfall today, be prepared for it and expect additional travel time this afternoon and this evening. Back to you.
Thank you for the heads up. Now, despite the hassle factor, that was a festive weekend snowfall.
It's if you
festive.
Can stay inside, yes. Or if you were a snowplow driver and you got some extra cash.
Hey, that's good
yes.
too.
All right, so everybody's getting into the holiday spirit, including Gabriella Primus. She is live at the McCormick House Mansion and Cantini Park. If you have not visited, beautiful place
it's so
to
beautiful.
go. Gabby?
Yeah, oh, it's so beautiful, guys. The landscape outside, and that's what we're going to be talking about. The beautiful lights that you can see, plus getting a little bit warm inside. This is just part of it. A little different than normal night light displays that you're seeing during this Christmas time. I'm with Galen Piper. You are Director of Programs here in Cantini. We're inside of the McCormick House Mansion. Tell us what we can experience outside and in here for Christmas in Cantini.
So at Christmas at Cantini, we have a half-mile outdoor walk that includes all sorts of lights, some traditional lights, some more concert lights set to music, dancing to your holiday favorites. And then on Sundays, we switch things over to a Wicked soundtrack. More on that later, but along that half-mile walk, you can come into this beautiful historic home that's decorated so lovely. We also have an ice spring, Coco Cabanas, other things that our guests can enjoy along the way.
I love it. Okay, when you come into the house, it is just decorated beautifully. You're seeing like nothing I've really seen this holiday season. But let's talk about like some of the poinsettias that you have, because you have a wide array of them, and then also every room kind of tells a story a little bit.
Sure. So each room has its own kind of color scheme, and there's tons of poinsettias around. So we grow hundreds here at Cantini. There are several different varieties. Guests can choose to purchase them at the end of the show if they're interested. A few different sizes and types are available.
Okay. Also, you're going throughout the end of the year, into the new year, for lights, camera, action. So, of course, you know, you still have the lights on, but it's a little bit of a different soundtrack, a little different vibe.
Right. So after Christmas time, we move to lights, camera, action. So starting December 26th, we'll move the light show to soundtracks. So we'll have Jurassic Park, Harry Potter, even Breakfast Club, all of our favorites and classics, some Disney songs in there. So it will hit everybody in the family, a song everyone enjoys.
Okay, I know you saw the second Wicked. I did too this last weekend. I'm going to move out of the way so you can see this beautiful tree. Let's talk about what you can expect for Sunday, like you said.
So on Sundays, we have meet and greet with your favorite witches. We move the soundtrack over to the Broadway soundtrack, the movie soundtrack, as well as a few songs from Wizard of Oz, where it all started.
I love it. Okay, and you make sure that the kids are welcome and that they're entertained a little bit, because you have a little guy next. I'm going to give up this one, okay? Yeah. But you have a little mouse up there, and people are going to find him in every room, right? The kids can go on a little hunt.
Yes. So in the McCormick House, there are several rooms available that you self-tour. As you're walking through, we knew the kids needed something to keep entertained. So we hid little mice. They're kind of a nod to the Nutcracker. And you can find one or two in each of the rooms, and our youngest visitors are really enjoying that.
Okay, we're taking a look at the dining room right now, which again, decorated to the T, so beautiful. But what kind of story did this one tell, this room?
Sure, so our horticulture staff does all of our own decorations. Wow. So they tend to pull the colors from within the room, areas that they are drawn to. So that beautiful blue from the walls you can see is continued into some of the decor with a corresponding color of that deep bronze. And that room has been featured in movies before, so that was in a league of their own.
Interesting. It is so beautiful. Okay, One more time, for people who want some more information, where can they find tickets? Can you get them here at the Visitor Center, or should they do it online?
I'd recommend doing it online, cantini.org. You certainly can come here and purchase day of. I do caution you because sometimes slots and days do sell out. We're open Wednesday through Sunday, and then we expand our hours around the Christmas season.
Yeah, so we're giving you a true sneak peek. On a Monday and Tuesday, you guys are typically closed. Thank you so much for welcoming us. We're actually going to be going upstairs, speaking of the dining room, and we're going to be trying some of the food, the Noel Lounge. So yes, of course, you can enjoy the great lights display that they have outside, the ice skating rink, the Coco Cabanas, but a little bit different because you get a sneak peek of inside the McCormick House, so if you come to visit. So much stuff happening here for Christmas at Cantini. We'll have more information online. I'll send it back to you for now.
Thank you, Gabby. The whole thing is just gorgeous.
It's like iconic. Can I just take pictures, blow them up, and pretend that's my Christmas tree?
It's like a Norman Rockwell situation out there. Wow. All right, we got more Good Day just ahead, so stay with us, everybody. Happy Monday morning.
Your chance.
All right, welcome back. It is Cyber Monday, and experts are expecting a record virtual turnout today. Adobe Analytics predicting Americans will spend $14.2 billion online today, and that would be an increase of about 6%, over 6% from last year. It also predicts buy now, pay later loans will surpass $1 billion.
We did break records on Black Friday. Even though many people flocked to stores, Adobe Analytics says Americans spent nearly $12 billion on online purchases Friday. That's a 9% jump from last year and a new record. The report also says more people relied on AI chatbots to compare prices and track deals.
All right, get ready to write those wish lists, everybody. The USPS's Operation Santa is underway now. Every year, volunteers take those letters sent to the North Pole and fulfill the wishes of the kids and the families who write them. If you are interested in volunteering, go to USPSOperationSanta.com and just make sure to send your gifts by December 13th to make sure that they arrive in time. for Christmas.
I'm Cassie Carr.
Happy Monday to you. Welcome to Good Day Chicago at 9 o'clock. Here's a look at some of the stories we're following this morning.
Dude, where's my car? If you're asking that question this morning, we've got 3 words for you. Overnight parking ban. Roseanne's going to join us with what you need to know and how you can avoid a ride to the pound.
It's an expensive ride to the pound.
Yes.
Right? Well, these ladies, they are flipping out about their chance to secure a championship title, quite literally. We're talking to the Midwest Hawks about their journey to nationals.
They're going to Tampa.
Yeah.
They're going
exciting.
to Tampa. Good for them. All right, this is a soothing way to start the morning. We have a very talented cellist and composer who will bring us the sounds of lullabies from around the world.
We're all going to fall asleep now.
All right. One thing that's not going to put us to sleep is this forecast. Is that leftover snow? Or is that snow coming down this morning?
Leftover. We got more snow on the way, though, unfortunately. This afternoon, this evening, tonight, snow around Chicagoland. Right now, it's 22 degrees. The main headline this morning is going to be very cold and perhaps a touch slick out there on the roads. It's calm and it's quiet, but as mentioned, the snow is back today. Temperatures around the area still in the teens for some of us. These are the actual temperatures. It's only 16 in Waukegan, 13 at Woodstock, 19 in Morris, 19 in Merrillville. So a good mix, low 20s for us in Chicago. Feeling like we could be around 11 in Lake County for Waukegan, 13 at Woodstock. So these feel like temperatures are brutal this morning. But satellite radar shows generally quiet conditions. We had some fog, as mentioned earlier this morning, but we have snow on the way, especially after lunchtime. Around 1 to 2, we're going to see that snow move in. With that being said, a winter weather advisory is in place until midnight, starting this afternoon until midnight because of the additional snowfall. Here's your future cast. So by lunchtime, temperatures hovering at about 30. And then here comes the snow, 3:45. So that means your drive home this evening commute could be impacted by this snow coming down. It continues for all of us until tonight when drier weather does return. Tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. and temperatures are already dropping back down into the teens for many, perhaps even the low teens in western areas. And then during the day tomorrow, it's quiet. We've got cloudy skies and cold temperatures, but then we could have another hiccup in your forecast on Wednesday with the chance for snow returning. So in the meantime today, you're wondering how much snow are we going to see? Not a lot, 1 to 4 inches, okay? The best chance to get on that 2 to 4 inch range is going to be from Chicago points south, north, 1 to 2 inches, perhaps a few of you in the western areas, 2 to 3. So we have that range here of 1 to 4, but the timing is unfortunate, as mentioned before. When you're driving home from work, that's when the snow is going to be coming down. 7-day forecast, the cold temperatures continue. Wednesday, 34 with that chance for snow returning, but then take a look at your Thursday. Starting off in the single digits, highs in the teens, back down to the single digits Thursday night into early Friday. And then Friday night, a little bit of snow is possible with temperatures in the mid-20s to end the week. And then this upcoming weekend, highs only in the low 30s. Back to you.
She's smart to point out the driving concerns we have. Also, be careful walking. I have a good friend. She wiped out in a parking lot this morning, just fell in an area that wasn't maybe salted as well.
Dangerous,
So, watch out for those icy patches there. And you also have to watch out for the winter overnight parking ban. It is now in effect across Chicago.
Roseanne joins us live now with what you need to know this morning. Hi, Roseanne.
Good morning. Well, when we got here, when it was still dark in the wee hours and a lot of people didn't know their cars were missing, that lot was empty. The tow trucks were very busy, but that lot was empty. Now it is filled with cars, and those are the people who have brought their sons and daughters and friends and wives to pick up their towed cars. Here's how it works. Refresher course, overnight winter parking ban begins December 1, and it is from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. You cannot park on those streets, or you could end up here. The towing was underway by 3 a.m. almost nonstop. Tow trucks bringing in cars 2 at a time. We're at a pound at 701 North Sacramento. It's called Pound 6. Your car could have been brought here, or it could have been brought to Pound 2, which is 10301 South Doty. You will call 311 if you're not sure where your car is to find out where it was taken. The idea is they want to keep Chicago streets safe for travel and efficient for snow removal through the winter months, so they just don't want those particular streets blocked in any way. There are also snow route signs to be aware of. Now, they prohibit parking when there is 2 or more inches of snow. Those are always in effect, by the way. So even if it snows in November or May, let's say, you cannot park in those areas. This morning, though, was mostly about the winter parking ban in effect. We talked to one woman who was helping her daughter out this morning.
Well, my daughter called me at 6 in the morning and she said my car is not there. She worked overnight. And, I just had to go pick her up, and we found out that it was being towed. Yes, $175. Yes. Just saw that you shouldn't park from December 1st to April 4th, something. Yeah, like that. Yeah.
Okay, and here comes another unlucky person. Actually, I spoke with her a few minutes ago. She said, "Happy December to me." She had just come home from working an overnight shift to take her kids to school, or she thought she was going to do that, but didn't have a car, so she had to come bright and early this morning. One of the many. So here's the really bad news. It is a $150 charge for the tow, plus a $60 ticket, and also you have to pay any outstanding fees that you may have. If you owe the city money, you're not picking up your car until you pay that. And then if you don't get it today, add on another $25 for every day you leave it in the lot. So pretty pricey proposition. Remember, you cannot park on those overnight winter parking ban streets through April 1. We're going to have to find a new place to park, and beware of those signs. Back to you now in the studio.
Yeah, we got a long time until April 1st. Thanks so much, Roseanne. Well, thousands of people are trying to get home this morning after the holiday weekend. We're already starting to see some problems at the airports this morning. FlightAware shows that there have been more than 100 delays and around 40 cancellations at O'Hare. Now, of course, that's nothing compared to what we saw this weekend. O'Hare saw more than 8 inches of snow on Saturday, prompting a 4-hour ground stop, and that created a huge ripple effect. By Sunday afternoon, more than 4,000 flights were delayed nationwide.
Honestly, what's making this kind of seem more unusual for a lot of people is the last couple winters, we've kind of been more on the mild side. December's been fairly dormant from a snow perspective.
It's really unfortunate that this weather comes on a very busy holiday travel day, but that's the hand that we were dealt.
And those problems could continue today. Overnight, we saw planes being de-iced at several airports, including Minneapolis, St. Paul International, and Ronald Reagan Washington National Airports. And according to AAA, the Monday after Thanksgiving is usually the second busiest travel day of the holiday weekend. Meanwhile, thousands of European-built Airbus jets are returning to normal service after they were grounded on Friday for an urgent software update. Airbus also says that this will not be a long-term issue. Delta and United both say that there are zero impacts to their operations, and American Airlines told us that only 4 of its planes were affected by the problem.
Grounding an aircraft to apply a fix isn't a sign that there's something wrong. It is a sign that the system is protecting you. And Airbus acted, regulators enforced it, and crews are implementing the solution.
In Airbus news, something was not right when a JetBlue flight suddenly dropped mid-air on October the 30th. The drop in altitude forced an emergency landing, and it was so rough that 15 passengers had to go to the hospital. Back over to you, Mike.
All right, the city of Aurora has opened its temporary warming center to help folks stay warm. It's at the Financial Empowerment Center that is on River Street. The center will be open from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. today and tomorrow. Meantime, people continue to voice their opinion about the crowd limit at Christkindl Market in Chicago.
Yeah, right now about 1,500 people are allowed at one time in the market at Daily Plaza. But get this, that is less than half of the nearly 3,500 people allowed during COVID. The city cited safety concerns for this. Organizers say the move has already led to a significant drop in revenue for vendors and long wait times, while others say the crowd limits are needed.
I am actually, at least for this year, for it, just because of everything that's been going on in Chicago over the past few months. It's nice to see who can get in and, most importantly, who will be staying out, such as ICE.
I understand safety is a major concern, and I understand I'm quite on the side of the people who have concerns about it. But the market itself in the other years could handle more people than this capacity we had at the moment.
Organizers say they're hopeful they can come to an agreement with city officials that would allow more people inside the market before the season ends. The Illinois State Championship football games will be wrapped up this week. They were postponed over the weekend because of the horrible weather. Mike, tell us all about it.
Did you see any of the Northwestern and Illini game?
No, I missed that one.
I was my dad was all amped up about that game because we're big Illini fans.
Sure.
They're like, how did they get to where they needed to go?
I have no idea, but
left early, yeah.
They only sat half of the stadium there.
Yeah. Did they really?
It was a mess. Well, the campus of Illinois State University, my alma mater, was closed on Saturday, meaning some of the games couldn't be played there. Now, the 5A and 6A championship games will be played there tomorrow. Then on Wednesday at Northern Illinois University, the 7A and 8A championship games will be played.
I always feel bad for the people that have to shovel the stadium so that fans can sit down. I'm like, that's a lot.
Also, the players trying to adjust to playing a Tuesday or Wednesday game.
Right.
It's going to be
that's tough.
for the state title too. Yeah.
The holiday shopping deals and not over just yet. Today is Cyber Monday, and nearly 4 million Americans plan to shop today.
Including Mike Affleck, right? Well, Adobe Analytics predicts U.S. shoppers will spend $14.2 billion today. Mike's going to spend about half that. It's going to break a record.
Don't tell Laura.
Adobe also forecasts that buy now, pay later loans will surpass a $1 billion milestone. And if you're one of the millions shopping online today, experts say it is important to know whether you're getting a good deal or just getting scammed.
Go to the sites directly. Now, you may Google something looking for a specific product, or you may get an email from some site that's legitimate or not, but if you just go directly to the site.
Some other things to keep in mind: check your payment options. If the only ones are Zelle, wire transfer, or Bitcoin, that is a major red flag. Also, be sure to always have your credit locked.
Black Friday was one for the record books when it comes to online shopping. Even though many people flock to stores, Adobe Analytics says Americans also spent nearly $12 billion on online purchases Friday. That's a 9% jump from last year and a new record. The report also says more people relied on AI chatbots to compare prices and track deals.
Well, this is my favorite story of the morning. There's one more game on the NFL scheduled this week. But our Chicago Bears found themselves alone at the top of the NFC.
Yeah, not just the NFC North. Natalie and I were talking about this before. This is the entire NFC now. Their win in Philadelphia on Friday and the Rams dropping one to the Panthers yesterday means the Bears now have the best record in the NFC. Both the Bears and Rams are identical at 9-3, but the Bears hold the tiebreaker over the Rams due to their conference record. The Bears have got a big game coming up, though, on Sunday. They're going up to Lambeau Field to take on those pesky Green Bay Packers, who definitely looked good against Detroit last week. Another win, though, would keep them in first place in the division. So let's look at the NFC playoff picture, which, remember, doesn't count yet. But if the season were to end today, the Bears, they'd have home field advantage for the whole thing. First round bye. Lions and Cowboys would miss the playoffs. And the Cowboys, since playing the Bears, they've looked pretty good. They have turned that thing around, yeah.
I'm going to be real honest. Mike had to school me on NFC North versus NFC because I don't know that the Bears have been atop the NFC since I've been in Chicago, like
been
over a decade. So I'm going to be real honest about that. You know, okay. There will be free hot dogs again at the Wiener Circle in Lincoln Park. They're going to be handing them out tomorrow. And this time it's thanks to Bears head coach Ben Johnson. Thank you, Ben Johnson, for this. For all the women in Chicago. Back in October, the Wiener Circle posted on social media asking fans, what would have to happen for more free hot dogs? And the overwhelming answer, Ben Johnson taking off his shirt. Thank you, Wiener Circle. He did that after their win over the Eagles.
By the way, Wiener Circle is offered a free hot dog if I do not take my shirt off. So there's that.
Oh, my God, Mike. Local, nope.
Here we go.
All right. Local cheer program hoping to bring home a national title.
But before they head to Florida to compete, they're stopping by to share their story with us this morning. I'm going to chat with them on the other side of the break. Welcome back. Time is now 9:16 on this beautiful Monday morning. Still a lot of leftover snow from the weekend, and we got even more on the way. Well, the local cheerleading team is heading to Tampa to the Midwest Hawks. They're on their way to nationals, hoping to keep their win streak going. Here to tell us all about it are the cheer directors, Jocelyn Allen and Marissa Martin, and cheerleader Harmony Hardy. Thank you all for being here this morning.
Thanks for having us.
So first, tell us, our viewers at home, where exactly are you guys from here in Chicago?
We're from Country Club Hills, Illinois.
Okay, love to see it. South suburbs.
Yes, South suburbs.
All right, so coaches, tell us a little bit about how did this cheer program get started?
It started in 2021. Tremaine Weaver reached out to us regarding a feeder program for the cheerleading teams to get them ready for high school. So we decided to start the girls young to prepare them for what's to come in high school.
What ages are we talking about ranges for these young ladies out here?
Right now, we are taking girls as young as 4, 5, all the way up to their 8th grade years, so about 13.
Harmony, how old are you?
9.
Okay. You and your team, you guys been training for months. What has that process been like for you guys getting ready to head to nationals?
Well, we've won first place at every competition so far, and I'm really excited to get my rings at Florida.
Coaches, what would you say has been the success? Because apparently you've won every single competition thus far. What's been the key to that success?
The key to that is just making sure we mentor these girls, prepare them up for what's to come. They practice hard. It takes a lot of hard work, but getting them there and seeing them prepared on that stage is all worth it.
What do you feel like this experience is going to be like for these girls, getting a chance to head to Florida? A lot warmer than what we're having here.
I think it's going to be very exciting for them. They are, they've been training for at least the last 6, 7 months, and so we just think that they're going to be more than prepared when they hit the floor. They're going to be in front of bright lights, thousands of people, all from different cities around the world, across the Midwest. So I think that they're going to be super excited. They did a great job at regionals, and I know they're going to do well at nationals.
Going to be a lot of competition there for sure. Harmony, what do you hope that people at home and at nationals, what do you hope that they take away from you guys' performance?
Well, I hope that they actually see us how we perform and how amazing we are, because the coaches make us stretch, and I think that the coaches are amazing at what they do, and all of my cheer sisters.
All right. Coaches, I want to know, how does this performance and this experience really prepare for these girls for when they become adults and teenagers later in their years as well?
I think working as a team is always a good thing because it prepares them for the work experience when they get to high school. Being able to work in group projects, they know how to work with others, putting it all on the mat, putting their hard work in, and it prepares them to work at school, putting their hard work in. No matter what they do, they know that they must work hard in order to succeed.
What do you think it means to have all this family support that people can't see behind the cameras as well?
Our families are amazing. One thing they're going to do, they show up for their girls. So shout out to our parents for constantly showing up for your girls and for our program and trusting in us that we will help them become great.
And outside of the parents here in studio, how can maybe people at home support you guys' program?
Right now, we are taking sponsorships. We are also looking for donations. You can reach us. We have all social media tags, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Junior Hawks Cheer Athletics, Midwest Junior Hawks. So they can reach us through there.
And if somebody wants to keep in touch with you guys and see you come back home with these big trophies, where can they find that information?
They can find us on Instagram. They can give us a call. All of our information is on our business page, juniorhawkcheerathletics.com.
All right. Thank you guys so much, and good luck in Tampa.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Time is out 9:20 here on Good Day Chicago. We'll be right back.
Fox 32.
The Clark Street Cookie Crawl kicks off this weekend. And here to tell us about this fun holiday tradition is the Vice President of Lincoln Park's Chamber of Commerce, Robin Hammond. Vice President, you could be president, couldn't you?
You know, I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe
Maybe
on
after
next year's
today.
ballot. All right, well, let's talk a little bit about the Cookie Crawl. Why is it a can't-miss holiday activity, Robin?
It is so much fun. It's such a wonderful way to celebrate the season.
Okay.
You're active, right? So it's a great walk down Clark Street. You get to go to 12 different stops. So you're collecting cookies along the way.
Are they all different types of
And they're
cookies?
all different types of cookies. We have Molly's Cupcakes has a delicious sprinkle cookie they're offering. Fire Cakes has cookies along the route.
These are big names already.
These are big names.
These are big names.
Chip City is also joining the cookie
Okay.
crawl this year. And Vinny, while they're not a stop, they are offering a bunch of different cookies as well. So it's a cookie bonanza.
That is fantastic. And you know, is there any fee to get out there and do this, or just you buy the cookies as you stop?
So it's a ticket. So you go to LincolnParkChamber.com.
Gotcha.
General admission tickets are $30. We also have a boozy admission ticket this year.
Wait, a boozy admission ticket?
I know.
Now you're talking my language, Rob. What do you get with the boozy
You
ticket?
get 3 festive drinks along the way.
Okay. I
It's
like
from
that.
1 to
Festive.
3:30, so you can space them out.
Okay.
In addition to the boozy drinks, and anyone will get this, is Hotel Chocolat is offering hot chocolate as well at one of
Okay.
our stops.
Can you add a little something into the hot chocolate if you want?
I won't say anything.
Robin is not going to judge. Well, what have you brought with you today? Tell us some of the
today
things
I brought some of the examples of the cookies that you'll receive. So we've got, like I said, the sprinkle cookie from Molly's Cupcakes. Absolutely. Isn't it
beautiful. Yeah,
gorgeous?
great.
Vinny is offering a variety. So we have snowball cookies. We have this beautiful gingerbread man, gorgeous frosted cookie. And then we have also Fire Cakes. They are offering the classic chocolate chip cookie, which everyone
Can't go
loves,
wrong.
and a
Can't go
wonderful sugar cookie as
That's
well.
what this is right here.
Yes,
That's from Fire
exactly.
Cakes.
From Fire
Okay,
Cakes.
wonderful. And tell us again exactly where. It's on Clark Street, obviously.
Clark Street.
From where to where, and what time do we need to show up with our X dollars, depending on whether going straight cookies or
A little boozy,
what'd you
right?
call it? Festive drinks.
Very festive holiday drinks. So ticket sales end on Wednesday. So it's
Okay.
very important to purchase your tickets now. LincolnParkChamber.com. Like I said, we have the 2 ticket types that you can get. On Sunday, you'll show up at Briny Swine.
All right.
And when you come to Briny Swine, you'll receive your bag, which will have your tasting guide and map. The route is between Diversey and Fullerton. So a nice, easy
4
walk.
blocks. It's not that
In
big.
4
yeah.
blocks. It's nice and easy. And at each stop, you'll receive your cookie. And then there will also be some activations along the way. So we have carolers. We have some crafts that you can do. And then also, of course, a visit with Santa.
I love. There was a cool picture. Everybody had like matching red and black plaid pants.
This is the
do you
thing.
encourage people to dress up for this?
We absolutely do. And
Okay.
people started doing this even before we started encouraging it. They would show up in matching PJs. They would dress up as Christmas trees, as Rudolph
love
the
it.
Red-Nosed
Yeah.
Reindeer. It is really a lot of fun. So this is a very festive, exciting time, and we encourage you to wear your holiday best.
Are you going to be out there
Yes.
donned in something with some
Yes.
holiday finery, Robin?
Typically, I'm Santa's elf, so you'll see me.
I like that. I like that.
It's one of my favorite jobs. I absolutely love it. Yeah.
All right. Well, the cookies sound great. The weather should be pretty good out there.
Thank you.
It'll be typically
Great.
cold, wintry feel,
Yep.
and hopefully there'll be a lot of folks taking advantage of the boozy as well.
It'll be a
Robin,
lot
thanks
of
for
fun.
coming in here.
Thank
That's the
you.
Clark Street Cookie Crawl. That's this weekend. Make sure you show up there. And let's kick it out now to Roseanne, who is talking about maybe less pleasant things going on this time of year. That is getting your car towed, Roseanne.
Mike, there is no cookie crawl here, no stroll down Candy Cane Lane. These people are coming, I guess you could call it the tow zone walk. People who went out this morning and didn't find their cars. We're going to tell you, if that happened to you, where you might find it this morning. It's another holiday tradition in Chicago. At least it starts in December. We'll have it coming up.
Keep your eyes. 9:30 under a gray sky on this Monday. And there's more snow on the way. I know you're looking out there. The streets are fine. Your driveway, your sidewalk is probably clear. And now you got to get the shovel, the snow blower, ready for another pass here. Snow isn't happening out there right now. It's just this is the cold before the storm. We have temperatures now, most of the area in the 20s, 26 at the lakefront, Gary 25, it's 24 at Joliet. Still a few spots in the teens though. Waukegan, Woodstock 16 and 17, LaSalle, Peru is 21, in Kankakee it is 19. At least there's not much wind. Wind chill's about the same as the actual temperature. There is a winter weather advisory in effect for all of Chicagoland. This includes the city. Starts at 2. Expires at midnight. This is not because we're going to get a huge snowstorm. It is because timing. And it's going to hit during the afternoon commute. Some of the snow might sneak in here 2, 3 o'clock. That's what our model is showing here. The heavier snow, it's not going to ever be that heavy. I think it's going to be between roughly 4 and 8 p.m. And then the snow will be moving out of here, sometime 11 p.m. midnight-ish. This is our model's take on how much snow is going to fall. I think it's a pretty good approximation right now. I still think the farther north you are, the less snow you're going to get. This may end up being closer to 1, 1.5. Then as you head south through the metro area, maybe 2. If anybody's getting 3 inches of snow, I'm going south of I-80. It's going to be kind of a light, fluffy snow. Should not be too difficult to remove, but it's just more work, and in the rush hour means extra time. But you're not going to be stranded on the side of the road because it's a blinding blizzard. 30-ish for the high today. Afternoon snow, not much wind. It won't be that windy tonight, so it won't be blowing and drifting. I'm liking 1 to 3 inches in general across the area with a low of 18. This isn't the only chance of snow this week, but the snow that's coming on Wednesday, not a big deal. Really cold on Thursday. Could be some snow showers Friday night and again on Sunday, but again, those are not big storms. It's just no real thaw anytime soon. I've got some lovely photos and one kind of cool video, I think. Check out this. Feeder closed due to snow. Cindy Kaufman in Gurnee. Look at this. It's piled up on top of that bird feeder there. Birds will find a way to get the seed out of there, Cindy. They are very resourceful, but that is a big pile of snow there. Next up, a lovely shot here from Glenn Cowpert. Love looking at these berries here. Winterberry in Arlington Heights. That bright red up against the white of the snow. Pretty picture. Good stuff, Glenn. Next up, we have a shot here. I saw this on social media. My friend Robert Case, this is from his daughter Emma, and that's their dog Dottie looking out the window. Old Glory amid the snow in Oakwood Hills there, kind of in the Lake and McHenry County border. Thanks for that shot, Emma. And this is my dog Reagan and me playing Frisbee out there in the greater Wadsworth area. And Reagan loves the snow. And you can see how deep it is. She's almost completely covered, but she does not miss a beat catching that Frisbee.
She is so sweet, Mike. Well, I know. So much more fun than this next story. The overnight parking ban in Chicago is back, which means you have to keep your car off certain streets. Pay special attention right now.
Otherwise, it could mean a very expensive trip to the pound. Roseanne Taylor joins us live now with what you need to know to not end up where she is this morning.
Right. That's right. Well, most of us, if you live on an overnight winter parking ban street, sometimes people forget December 1 rolls around quickly, but most of the people we've talked to today were parking at a job that maybe they didn't have at this time last year, or visiting an establishment and just didn't realize they were on one of those streets. But an overnight winter parking ban means you cannot park between 3 and 7 a.m. between December 1st and April 1st. The people you see going in that trailer are going to pay big money to get their cars back. The towing was underway by 3 a.m. in earnest, almost nonstop here. Trucks rolling one after the other, dragging 1 to 2 cars at a time. We're at Pound 6. It's North Sacramento. There's another pound on South Doty where your car could have been taken. The idea is to get these cars off the street so that the roads are safe and efficient for snow removal or other travel during the winter months in Chicago. Now, there are also snow route signs to be aware of. They prohibit parking when there are 2 or more inches of snow. Those are always in effect, though, even if it snows in November or May. This morning, though, was mostly about the winter ban in effect. We talked to one woman who was helping out her daughter.
I came out the club and my car wasn't even there no more. It just sucks. I gotta go to work now after this. I've been staying up all night looking for my car. Now I gotta go to work. I'm gonna be looking out, yes, for sure.
And that poor guy had to shell out some major money to get his car back because there was a $150 towing fee, a $60 ticket, and then if you have any outstanding fees or tickets or fines you owe the city, you have to pay those too before you can get your car out. And if you have to leave it here, let's say you don't have the money today, it's $25 a day. So it can get very expensive. Remember, this is in effect until April 1. Make sure you're always aware of overnight winter parking ban signs. Save yourself the headache and the extra cost. Back to you now in the studio.
Roseanne, quick question. Where did you and your photographer park? Are you sure it's still there?
I tell you, when we parked, there's so many tow trucks coming that it was a real concern for the media. We're trying to stay out of their way because they don't want to waste any time. They want to dump the car, go get another one because there's money to be made.
Moolah.
All right, thank you, Roseanne. An accomplished cellist is coming to Chicago to share lullabies from around the world.
But before he kicks off his big show, he's stopping by studio with a special preview. That's still to come this morning.
The holiday spirit is alive and well at the McCormick House Mansion in Cantini Park.
Gabriella Primus takes us there for a preview of the festive fun.
It seems a little extra festive here in Wheaton. We took a special trip, got bundled up for all the excitement that's happening outside at Cantini, but also a little bit of warmth inside as well. All right, Christmas in Cantini we're talking about. I'm with Sean Curry. You are the food and beverage director here. You have a beautiful display out in front of us, but first, let's talk about what people can experience here during Christmas time.
Absolutely. It's the best place in Illinois. We have starting
probably about 200 acres or so here on the park side. And we just dress it up for Christmas. We have the visitor center where you can come in, you can go ice skating, you can rent cabanas. We have a whole food display over there as well. And then when you come through to Noel Lounge, it's that more refined experience coming through, but it's fantastic from A to Z.
Yeah, it's really beautiful outside. I have a feeling you're going to spend the entire afternoon here. You need to have tickets, though. Remember that. And you have to have a reservation for here at the Noel Lounge if you come. Tell us what people can experience for. Is it just dinner time? Is it lunchtime, too? What can folks expect?
So it's just dinner time. You have to make a reservation. And if you want to come in, I would make them fast. We're selling out really quick. But when you come up, it's that more small plates or shareable plates that you come in. Our chef is fantastic. Really chef-driven menu. Everything's handcrafted. We have our signature crab cakes. We have our desserts that we do. This is our crepes with our tagine gelato, a little white chocolate crisp, lemon curd, and we have our chocolate and salted caramel torte with fresh whipped cream. And then this is our special dessert, which is homemade churros with leche caramel, a little butterscotch crunch crumble, and then we have our apple ice cream on top. It's fantastic.
Oh my gosh. And there's so many events that are happening, even beyond Christmas time. You have the lights, camera, action happening outside, plus some wicked Sundays too. How exciting is it every year to see folks come in of all ages to enjoy Christmas at Cantini?
It really energizes us and gives us that extra Christmas spirit when they come in, and especially when you see repeats coming back, like I needed to see it just one more time. And the lights, camera, action, honestly, I think that's more for us. We don't want the spirit to end. So we have the last 2 weeks afterwards, which we're selling out of that really well too. Different movie themes, Broadway, just to extend it into January. And everybody can come in one more time to see.
Sean. Everything's delicious. Just a little bit of the crepe. I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry while you're talking.
Okay.
And then also some of the drinks. Did you tell us what the drinks were too?
Absolutely. So this is our harvest mule, homemade apple cider, a little tequila, lime juice, and over here we have our Matador, which is my favorite, blood orange juice, a little bit of vodka, some lime juice as well, and some cinnamon syrup in it. It's delicious.
Again, Christmas in Cantini happening until Christmas time, and then they're open until January 4th for that lights, camera, action. So good. Thank you for spoiling me with this beautiful display. Okay, we'll have more information on our website, fox32chicago.com. Stay with us. Good Day Chicago. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. He's a cellist, a composer, and a multilingual singer. And this week, he's bringing lullabies from around the globe to Chicago. Jan Maxson, thanks so much for joining us this morning, Jan.
Thank you, Natalie, for having me.
And you live, your home base is not too far away from us here at the studio, which I love hearing.
Right. It just took me about 10 minutes to get here.
Isn't that amazing?
Gig.
You said you've been on 5 continents. Is that right so far this year?
This past year, yes.
My goodness. Tell us how you, and I know we already talked about this, but I think it's so important for parents who are like, man, I want my kid to play the cello. How did you pick up your love for this instrument?
We had music around the house since I was born, pretty much. Both of my parents were very musical, playing different instruments around the house, and I was exposed to a lot of music in form of recordings of all types of music. So before long, I was playing piano and guitar, and when I was 5, I heard the cello on the radio, and I fell in love with the sound, and I decided that I wanted to play the cello. And my parents got me a little cello, 1/8 size, and I started playing. And I do not recall a single day of my life that I didn't touch the cello.
Oh my God, you were born to do this. So let's talk a little bit about these lullabies from around the world. How did you come up with this concept, and what can people enjoy when they hear this?
I've been collecting songs for the last several years during my travels around the world. I have over 300 songs in currently 43 different languages.
Oh my goodness.
And a lullaby to me is something that unites us all as human beings. Every single person in any part of the world, the first song they ever hear is the lullaby. And lullaby is a form of transmitting love and peace and comfort through music on non-verbal level. You know, we communicate, majority of our communication is on non-verbal level, and music is the means that is given to us as sort of to do this. And lullabies.
I want to make sure that we get to your concert. So I know you've got so much more to say, and oh boy, I'd love to hear it because your voice is so beautiful. But tell me about the concerts, the 3 concerts.
I got 3 concerts in Chicagoland, opening in St. Charles this Wednesday at the beautiful Moonlight Theater at 7 p.m. Downtown Chicago, Epiphany Center for the Arts, 7:30 p.m. And finally, Wooddale, Illinois, just by the O'Hare Airport at 8 p.m. at the beautiful, cozy place called Art Gallery Cafe. Very intimate and very beautiful.
Well, it will be a treat for everyone who comes out, and we'd be remiss not to have you play. So what are you going to be playing for us?
I actually want to do for you a lullaby that's the closest to my heart, a lullaby that my grandma used to sing to me in Ukrainian. It's called The Dream and the Sleep. They went and they found a little baby and a little kitty that they're going to serenade. And I just want to say that there's actually going to be quite a bit of upbeat music at the concert as well. So it's not my mission to make you fall asleep during those concerts. I promise I will put you into an altered state that you will really enjoy. And
sounds good, Jan. Let's take a seat and take it away for us. Thank you so much.
Ходить сон коло вікон, а дрімота коло плота, питається сон дрімоти, а де будем ночувати? Де хатонька, теплесенька, де дитина малесенька.
Woo!
Your go-to.
Some people are still winding down from Thanksgiving and Black Friday, while others are getting ready to pounce on those Cyber Monday deals.
A local group used the day after Thanksgiving to get closer to nature.
Yeah, photojournalist Stefan Ward took them on a walk with Chicago's North Side.
Let's give a little stretch, a little gratitude for the sunshine. Even tilt your head up, feel the sun on your face. We're all here together today, right? Today we're doing the City Kids Outdoor annual Fall Family Hike, Black Friday, day after Thanksgiving. We've been doing this a long time, and every year we have friends that come new and old.
I'm glad to get to help my kids connect with nature and enjoy being outside too, and notice how it helps them feel good.
This looks like an old park.
Like everybody understands everybody. We're all the same community, and we're just enjoying the weather and the environment.
I like playing in these wood houses because we always find them, and I also just like walking and running around. I like playing in the houses because we never know if we could find anything.
It is peaceful. We want to do something that gets us away from the hustle and bustle of buying products on this day.
Roll! What bugs are under there? I love coming to La Ba. This is probably the closest part of nature to the city for us, and having things like this on the north side are just wonderful.
I think one of the really awesome things for the kids has been the opportunity to do stuff like this where they're climbing, and some of the kids know each other already. A lot of them are taking risks, but relatively safe risks. And it like builds a sense of autonomy for them and gets them out of their comfort zone a bit and like able to connect with one another in ways that they don't always get through like organized activities in school.
The more time you spend outdoors, research shows that the better off you'll be when it comes to your mental health.
I'm going in the big one. Hey, look out. Whoa, I want to go too.
You're a big speed walker. Love to see the kids getting a chance to get outside and play. Well, let's send it upstairs to Studio 32, where Chicago Now is getting ready to start at 10. Hey, guys.
Hey, you three. Okay, in just a couple minutes, we've got a jam-packed lineup on Chicago Now. We are getting a visit from the Biblioracle. This is a columnist with the Chicago Tribune who will give you a personalized reading list based on the previous 5 books you have read. This is all important with the holidays right around the corner.
Speaking of holidays, we're all feeling it, the financial stress, the squeeze on your wallet. So we are going to be finding out how to handle this financial stress during the holidays right after this.
This program.
That's it for us here on Good Day Chicago. Stay right here because Chicago Now starts right now.
Caitlin, I was not looking forward to Saturday when Mike and you were talking previously in the week about how we were going to get like a massive snowfall. I wound up loving this thing.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, it happened on a Saturday. And Maggie said something that really stuck with me. She said, maybe this is nature's way of just saying, slow down. Take it, you know, because it was a perfect, like, we didn't need to be at work. The city, it shut down the city. But the fact that it happened on a Saturday, it kept going, it made me feel okay about just hibernating for the day.
I did see a lot of posts about that with a bottle of wine.
Yes, we kind of leaned into it. We leaned into it. And then the next day when it cleared up, I had one of the best like 90 to 2-hour snow shovels of my life.
Were the boys out there with you?
They were not. They were inside. One of them was en route back from Barrington. but it was sunny out. I actually got hot.
Yeah.
I had a cold Modelo Especial after it was all done. It was just, I don't know, there was something awesome about the whole thing.
I completely agree with you. Usually, like the last snowfall we had, I was like, this is too cold. I don't want to go outside. Kind of miserable about it. This weekend, I embraced it totally. I'm with you. Saturday, we did like the indoor stuff. We did some gingerbread houses when the snow was really coming down. Kids played outside for 2 seconds. And then Sunday, I got outside, and I know hopefully we can. Yeah.
You leaned into it.
I was like, we're doing an igloo.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we went snow for sledding, the whole, and then we decided the time had come for decorating the whole entire house. We did a little Home Depot run, got some lights up, got the tree up, and it just felt like perfect timing on this first snowfall. And then it looked so beautiful in our neighborhood. So the last couple winters, I don't want to jinx things, they've been a little easier than, you know, what we saw in 2011, 2014, whenever those massive winters were. So I've been dreading, I don't know, I feel like I've been getting wimpier and wimpier about snowfall, but this one just kind of set me, and I leaned into it. I loved it. I thought it was a nice festive snowfall.
It's so funny because I agree completely, and I think it was because it was on a Saturday we got the snow, so Sunday we could like recover from it, but also enjoy it. My whole thing is, adults, if you don't like the snow, make sure you're dressed the right way. Because we were talking to Natalie this morning, and Antho and I were like, yeah, we went outside, we enjoyed it. You got to get the snow pants. So purchase a pair of snow pants, adults. Get you some warm boots that are waterproof and some good gloves, and then you can be outside and enjoy it and not be uncomfortable too.
Exactly, because the kids, when they're in those snow pants and in the, you know, the bib and everything, they love rolling around, and they're impervious. So
you can't
sometimes you're like, oh, you know, I'm just gonna, you know,
run outside. And my boots that are cute but not warm.
I understand you built and maybe Brad could turn this around. Oh, he's working on it. Caitlin, I'll tease it then.
Okay.
Caitlin built an igloo.
Yeah.
That is how motivated you are.
Well, here's the thing, and I was challenged. My husband, he's like, you can't build, you're not gonna be able to do that. The kids aren't gonna last. The snow's not right for it. I was like, yes, it is, and yes, I will, and yes,
perfect
I will.
Snow.
But actually, they didn't last the whole time, and by the time I finished this thing, I was so determined. The kids were already inside. They were too cold. It was embarrassing, too.
Did you stay out to complete?
Yes, I did, Anthony. And the worst part is, I was getting so tired because when I tell you building this thing is incredibly tiring.
It was heavy snow.
Scooping up the inside is the hardest part. Like, we got the big mound together with all the snow. The girls were like, when are we done? Like, when there's no snow left. We're getting all this in one pile. So then, like, scooping it out is so tiring. I would just lay there, like, can't move, and like my neighbors would be driving by. So embarrassing. I'm like out by myself.
I love it. Her kids are inside. Caitlin was still outside.
Such a weirdo. But have you noticed that kids these days don't spend time outside like we used to?
It's probably the screen time effect. My kids lasted a bit in the morning. They spent a couple hours out there, and then my oldest went sledding out in Barrington Hills.
Okay,
you know,
so he was outside.
He was outside.
Today. Maybe my kids are a little young still.
They're a little young.
When I was like, you know, elementary, I remember the reason I wanted to build this igloo is because when I was a kid, we had this epic igloo. It had like a slide that went in. Me and my girlfriend outside.
Oh, wow.
All day long. All day long.
All day long.
If it was snowing, we were outside till it was dark.
It's awesome that you did that, because if Mike's correct, we could be seeing this snow on the ground for weeks, because there's no
low freezing temperatures.
There's nothing above 32 in the immediate forecast, right?
And we have 1 to 4 inches of snow again today. So in case you didn't know, we do have a winter weather advisory in place from 2 p.m. until midnight for Chicago. It starts a little bit later, 3 or 4 for Northwest Indiana until about 3 a.m. But this evening, the snow is going to be coming down. So if you look at these temps, to Anthony's point, take a look at Thursday. So our high on Thursday is 18 degrees, which, by the way, Wednesday afternoon we have the chance for snow again, but lows in the single digits Thursday morning, Friday morning. And then a little bit of snow possible Friday night.
So
but the temperatures...
2 more snowfalls this week.
Brutal. Brutal temperatures. So that was another thing, too. I thought, you know what? I'm building this igloo.
We're right on
around.
Yeah, that thing's going to be... Well, Brad was saying it's time to wire electricity into that thing. Get a little TV out there.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, I think it'd be fun. Get a little lantern. Make
Well, I
it
can't wait to see the
cute.
picture. All right, we got a nice little lineup for you to kick off the work week here. We are going to be joined by the Biblioracle from Chicago Tribune. He's helping people find their next great read, stocking stuffers for the holidays. And this is cool because he will hand tailor his recommendations based on the previous 5 books that you've read.
That's so fun.
Yeah.
And also, a new book is telling the true story of an orphan living in Chicago in the 19th century. And the author is joining us to tell us more about this
I'm
book.
fascinated by Chicago history, and that will be fascinating as well. But before we get to that, we are joined by our finance expert, Patty Asai, to talk about the month of December and how to navigate our holiday shopping without breaking the budget. Patty, happy holidays.
Hi, happy holidays. I'm dressed for it.
Yes, you look very, very festive. I absolutely love it. Okay, let me start off by asking you this. How much can or does the holiday season typically set the average person back? How much are we spending?
Well, the average person gets into about $3,000 worth of debt when they spend money for the holidays. So I'm here to tell you that under no circumstances should you go into debt buying holiday gifts, because holiday gifts are optional, they're not mandatory.
Okay, so how do we avoid going into debt? How much should we be spending?
You have to plan, okay? So the rule is that you are not to spend more than 1% of your gross annual income on holiday gifts, period. So if you make $60,000 a year, you're not going to spend more than $600 on holiday gifts total, okay? That is total. So that is the maximum amount that you can spend. Do not go into debt spending any more than that.
I like that. You can just work backwards from that number.
1%.
You know, come up with your Christmas,
Yes.
like who you need to buy for, then work backwards from that gift. One thing we also want to ask you about too, and this is a little tangent from the topic at hand, but tipping. Okay, tipping during the holiday season. What is your advice there in terms of who we should be tipping and how much?
Yeah, so you should be tipping anyone that provides a service to you on a regular basis throughout the year. So your hairdresser, dog walker, if you have someone coming in and cleaning your home, all those people should get a tip. And typically you tip them the amount of one cost of service, okay? That's the general rule. Now you should also tip your mail carrier, your sanitation person, those types of people, any building staff, but those types of people, you only need to give about $10 to $15 worth of gift cards or even cold hard cash, because people always love cash.
Okay, so maybe you're in a debt-free journey and you don't have extra money laying around. You didn't have time to prepare.
Yes.
Really, you didn't prepare for the holidays. What's another way that we can show appreciation for loved ones or people who do a service for us without spending money?
So there are 3 ways that you can do this. The first one is regifting. And yes, regifting is okay as long as it's thoughtful. So for example, I don't drink it all, but someone gave me this beautiful bottle of wine. And I know one of my friends really loves wine. So I regifted that wine to her because I know that she would like it. So there's nothing wrong with regifting as long as it's thoughtful. The next one is rethrifting. And a lot of Gen Z are really into this, where you go to a thrift store, you can buy amazing clothes, amazing goods, and amazing gifts that you could.
Yeah. Oh no, I think
We lost her mic? I was wondering if something happened with my
No, I
earpiece.
can't hear her either.
Hey Patty, can you
frozen?
check? She might. I don't know if she froze or if she could check her her mic. That's good though.
Oh, there she is.
Are you back?
I'm
Patty?
back.
Oh, yay! Okay.
Okay, where were we?
Okay, so you were saying.
Regifting,
Yes, yes. Rethrifting.
Yes, rethrifting is really great. Gen Z loves this. So you go to a thrift store and you can buy amazing gifts and amazing products at a fraction of the cost. Or you can do DIY gifts. You can literally make cookie baskets for everyone at a price of, I don't know, $3 per basket. And people love those types of gifts.
They do.
This might fall under the question or the category of an etiquette question, but we can tell, Patty, that you have amazing etiquette as well. If someone buys you a gift but you did not get them anything, what is the best way to handle that?
So unfortunately, people handle this the wrong way. People they're like, oh my gosh, they get so nervous and they go out and they buy the other person a gift. Yeah. That's not the way it works. The other person the other person already knows that you don't have a gift for them, right? Mm-hmm. So what you do is that you accept the gift very graciously and you say, wow, I didn't realize we were exchanging gifts, so I don't have one for you, but thank you so much for your generosity in getting me one. And you just leave it at that and you just keep it moving.
Do you think that means, like, in the subsequent years that you have to buy that person a present expecting them to buy you one?
Absolutely not. And I always say, if you're not going to exchange gifts, you can let your friends and family know earlier, so there's no uncomfortable situations. So all you have to do is say, this year I'm prioritizing my finances, so I will not be participating in a gift exchange. However, I would love for us to spend some time together, do some sort of experience so we can share the holidays together. That way you just, you know, forget the awkwardness of someone giving you a gift and you not having one for them.
Got it, got it. You mentioned rethrifting, you mentioned kind of DIYing stuff like baked goods. Patty, do you have any other advice for folks who want to give gifts without overspending on those gifts?
Yes, the best thing that you guys can do is start planning early and start saving early. So start in January. Think about how much your budget is for gifts and start saving early. When you do that, then when you get to December.
Oh no, Patty froze up on us once again.
I have a little bit of a tip and advice.
Okay.
Go to the Target dollar section or a dollar store and buy some just little items that you can say thank you on the fly. Like, for example, and I didn't do this, but I wish I had. Really, I'm trying to give my
no, it's fine.
Over the weekend, we got all this snow, right? Well, my husband's friend came over and shoveled our driveway because he has this huge plow on his truck.
Nice.
And I was like, what am I going to give this guy to say thank you? So I got like one of my old gift bags, filled that thing up with beer, and gave it to him. I was like, I wish I had a clean six-pack or something, but like, if I had gone to Target and gotten little things of chocolates or whatever, then you could just say, hey, thanks.
There you go. Have them ready to go on the fly. That's a great call.
Yeah.
That's a great call.
And maybe not even like holiday-esque things.
Yeah, you could do like a lotto. You could buy like a bunch of Mega Millions or Powerball tickets, have them like ready to go.
Yeah.
And those won't break the bank either.
Yeah.
Do we have Patty back? Oh, there you are, Patty.
I don't know what's going on with my internet.
Mercury is in retrograde, as my wife would say.
Okay, Patty, so what are some things that people might forget during the holidays? Just doesn't even cross our mind.
Some of the things people forget is that the holidays are not about spending money. Okay, a lot of people think the holidays are about spending money and that's why they go into debt. The holidays is about spending quality time with your loved ones. And gifts, like I said, are not mandatory. They are optional, and never go into debt buying holiday gifts because you're embarrassed. There's no shame in that game. There are plenty of people that don't give holiday gifts because they prioritize their finances.
Okay.
I love that.
I'm gonna switch gears just slightly while we have you on the line, because we are now in December. All right, the calendar year 2025 is almost in the books. Are there any measures that folks can take with regard to the end of this tax year to take before the start of 2026 in terms of our taxable income and things like that?
Yes, contributing to your 401k or maxing out on your IRA. Those are actually great things. If you haven't done that, you still have time to do it. So before the year is over, you want to make sure that you have made the maximum contributions to your IRA or to your 401k, because that reduces your taxable income for this year.
Yeah, speaking of taxable income.
Perfect.
Do you have any advice too about doing taxes? Should we, this is just, I know we're going on the tax route now, but should we be getting like a tax expert, or should we just be doing it by ourselves with just TurboTax? Which is a better way to go?
It really depends on where you are in life, okay? So if you're a college student, you don't have a lot of deductions, and you don't make that much money, it's okay just to do it yourself or TurboTax. But other than that, if you're taking deductions, you should really have a tax professional create that for you.
Okay. Patty Asai, thank you so much. Happy holidays to you, and we always appreciate your advice, especially this time of year when a lot of us are going to be digging deep into the pockets.
Happy holidays, you guys. Have a great Christmas.
All right, you too. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, this is the author of a new book telling the true story of a boy who was orphaned after he and his family immigrated from Ireland. We're going to be joined coming up by author Robert Patrick Conlon. Stay with us.
Eastland is
10:18, the Celtic Knot. We were just getting into it, diving, and I can't wait to hear the story here live. This is Robert Patrick Conlon talking about his grandfather who was orphaned when he was 8 years old here in Chicago after immigrating from Ireland. It details everything he had to endure during that time, and it was written with a lot of research, so historical context for us here in Chicago. So thank you so much, Robert, for joining us this morning.
Well, thank you for having me. Happy Re-entry day.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this is Re-entry day. Yeah, we're back to the races.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, so let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
And what inspired you? Obviously, this is your family, but to actually write a book about the history that you have there with your grandfather.
This was a story, in my opinion, that had to be told. I was wanting to write this story my whole life, because I've heard these stories my whole life. And I was a lawyer for 40 years in Chicago, right down the street here, and I finally retired, and I had some time on my hands. So I put this story together. Perfect. I talked to everybody I know that actually encountered my grandfather, who this story is about. And he was a really prolific writer. He wrote poems, and he wrote, you know, The Lost Art of Sending Letters to Friends and Family. And I put it all together and came up with a timeline. And sadly, the book and his journey starts at the age of 8 in 1885, when he was tragically orphaned. Both his parents died. And
how did they both die?
Yeah, he was, again, part of the coming of age story that's discussed in this book is Chicago was coming of age.
Yeah.
It was a really dangerous city in the late 1800s. The Chicago fire was in 1871, and the Great Rebuild took place. Chicago decided not to, like my grandfather when he was orphaned, you know, when he fall down, get back up and fight. And they, something I'm very proud of to be a Chicagoan is they built our city into, you know, a world-class city that it is today. And my grandfather survived on the streets. His sole goal, if you think of an 8-year-old living through weather like we're experiencing right now, all he wanted to do was survive the next night. And so during the Great Rebuild, his father was on the railroad, which was relied upon very heavily to help rebuild, get all the junk out and bring all the new stuff in. And they were working 16, 18-hour days, 7 days a week, around the clock. And there was an overload, mistakes happened, and he died when some steel fell on the crew. And my grandmother had an accident because she had to go back to work, and she was at the store and fell from a ladder. And they stuck him, sadly, in an orphanage northwest of the city.
Is that building still there, the orphanage building?
It is. The name is fictionalized because the orphanage is a great place. It really is, and I love it. But in 1885, there was a bad guy there. Like I said, ill-intending priest, and he, at the age of 8, he and one of his buddies said, "Let's get out of here." And it was very much like a fortress. They wanted to keep the kids in. And they escaped, and I go into great detail. I heard that story from him many, many times of how he figured out how to escape out of what was effectively a prison. And he ran because they were in hot pursuit, because I think the ill-intending priest, who was a very smart guy, very educated, didn't want him to be captured, because what would the first thing he would do when the cop says, "Why did you escape?" And so he hid out right south of the loop here. I never knew this. From my research, it was called Little Cheyenne, and that was the red light district. And and that's one of the, I look back, how did he survive, right? Because very dangerous time in Chicago.
Is it now Bronzeville? Or
it is. Ish, yeah.
Printers Row-ish?
Yes,
right
exactly,
in there? Okay.
Right in there. Little Cheyenne, and there were brothels, and he had a good singing voice. At least most of us Conlins think we have good singing voices. And he found a place which is, I'm not making this up, but I looked it up, and there's a map that shows this exact place. It's called Mushmouth Saloon. Okay? And they had bare knuckle boxing, which was illegal at the time. And he hired him to jump in the ring and sing Irish ballads in between rounds. And all the people throw pennies, and that was his paycheck.
My God.
Where did he live? Where did he live?
Well, he lived in, in the gutters, but Mushmouth.
He was just a homeless kid.
He was, and sadly, there were a lot of homeless kids. The ladies that in the brothels, one in particular who herself was an orphan, and she took him in. She had a soft heart for orphans, and she would let him sweep up and sleep on the floor. Same with old Mushmouth. If he sang well that day, he'd say you could grab a sandwich and sweep up and sleep under the bar.
Wow.
Yeah, isn't it?
What an adventure. How did he, and this is all, by the way, we're seeing pictures of the Eastland disaster.
Yeah, there's the
and
Chicago fire
there's
there.
some aftermath of the fire, and then that's the Iroquois Theater, which is the infamous site of a massive fire that killed, what, 700 or 800 people?
Yes.
At least?
Yeah, it killed 603. But the problem is, there were a lot of people that died from smoke inhalation. So it's hard to know what the count
exact that's all it was. But these are major Chicago historical events that your grandfather lived through. And I'm doing the math as well. If he was there as an 8-year-old in the 1880s, that means he was a teenager for the World's Fair.
Yes, he was. And that's what inspired him. He actually scored a ticket, or probably, knowing my grandfather, snuck in somehow. And they had, the Bell Companies had a big display there. And he was inspired because he saw the first long-distance telephone call made from here to New York. And that really interested him. Fast forward, with a second-grade education, he ended up working for the Research and Development Department of Western Electric, and had 22 patents, which, isn't that amazing? Something that wouldn't happen in this world, without the pedigree, you don't get hired, sadly. But he was just a really smart guy, and I think that's how he survived. He was really smart. He was one tough hombre, and I think dumb luck, or a guardian angel, depending if you believe in that, was there. Because as you saw, We do go into great detail in the book about he had a close brush with the Iroquois Theater and the Eastland disaster.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so doing this research, was this just off of your memory of your stories that you heard from your grandfather, or did he keep a lot of things from when he was growing up and all these experiences that he had?
Yeah, all of the above, really. So we had a big family, and that's what's great. He went from being, just surviving to really getting a decent job. That all he wanted to do was just, have a family. That's what he was searching for. He had a wonderful family here in Chicago, and that was taken away from him. He felt so alone.
Yeah.
And he found the love of his life and had kids, and so this carried on, and we would all go to his house. Once a month, every other week, something like that. And we'd all get together. And the Conlons, like I said, they love to sing, they love to tell stories. And I would hear a lot of those. And he was a very, very modest, humble guy. You couldn't get it out. You'd have to draw it out of him. And then he would tell the stories. Like, Grandpa, tell us. And then my grandmother, too, told some stories.
How'd they meet? I gotta know. How old
she
were
was
they?
an operator at Western Electric,
Yeah.
Operator number 12.
Where he was working, where he was doing the R&D.
Right, but before he was doing the R&D, he was just working there, and he was kind of a fix-it guy because he was a pretty clever guy. Yeah. And one day he went in, my grandmother's machine, for lack of a better word, was broken. And so they called him in to fix it. And he saw her, and he told the story.
That's the one.
When I saw her, I said, I'm going to marry that woman. And so what he did was he fixed it, and they had a no talking, because that was all women. And then, of course, at that time, the workforce was all men. And so all the guys tried to come in and make excuses to come in and talk with the operators. And what he did after hours, he turned the machine off. There was a switch, so it appeared to be broken again, so he could come back in and fix it. The rest is history.
Hey,
they got together, huh?
That's the ingenuitive approach that gave him such resilience. This is this is like a Chicago Oliver Twist story.
It really is. When I heard the story of how they were supposed to be on the Eastland.
Yeah.
Now, if you're familiar, the Eastland disaster happened
right
at
over here.
Street. Again, 3 blocks down. In 20 feet of water tied to the moorings, 844 people died.
Yeah.
Luckily, my grandfather didn't. My grandmother had a premonition, which I go into great detail. The Irish, they believe in fairies and banshees. It's just, very superstitious people. She had a very serious premonition and said, you can go, I'm not going, and the kids aren't going.
Okay, so my history is fuzzy on the specifics, but it was a company that had chartered the Eastland that day,
The Western Electric.
Oh my gosh!
There you go.
It was their employees, and so she had a feeling, hey, let's skip that day. They were just doing a day trip to like
Michigan City. Yeah, 38 miles as the crow flies. They're going to tug 5 boats or 7,000 workers, mostly from the Hawthorne Works in Cicero, which isn't there any longer. The big, beautiful clock tower is. And what happened was it was they had no business having 2,500 people on that boat.
Right.
Because of the Titanic, which happened 3 years before that, because we're in 1915 at this point, Woodrow Wilson signed a law that said for all passenger ships, you have to have a spot on a lifeboat for 75% of the passengers. Those things are really heavy, and that was a really unstable boat that was retrofitted, originally designed for 500 people, 2,500. Anyways, it was top heavy and flipped over again in 20 feet of water. Nobody knew how to swim back then either. But my grandfather, because of the premonition, was on the Teddy Roosevelt, which was right behind them, and saw the whole thing through Life Vest. Yeah,
what a fascinating story.
Yeah, it really
it's all laid out in the new book, The Celtic Knot, An Orphan's Tale of Survival, Family of Love in Chicago. So we're meeting the author before this thing gets made into a major motion picture starring Leonardo DiCaprio.
I love it. Or Colin Farrell.